Hey everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. I'm Pete, Playtendoguy as always, and as always, I'm joined by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hi guys.
Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hello.
And tonight we're joined by Keith from Euphoria Pictures. Thanks for joining us, Keith.
Hello everyone, thanks again for having me, Pete. Thanks for having me, lads, sorry.
It's always a pleasure to have you on the stream here, Keith. It's always
Absolutely.
a fun night.
Absolutely,
Oh.
I'm looking forward to it.
I hope everyone's keeping well. It's been really hot in here. Whew. I've got the fridge here trying to cool me down. But anyway, as always, before we get into the comments, I only ask one question. What are some of the movies that you watched over the last week? Andy, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So on Saturday, I started watching all the James Bond films in order. And I've literally today just finished watching For Your Eyes Only. So yeah,
that's my favorite James Bond movie.
Yeah, it's a cracking film.
It's a good one.
Yeah, just watched that one today.
Yeah.
So
definitely,
just
Roger Moore's best film, I think. That or The Spy Who Loved Me.
Yeah, I've got a real soft spot for A View to a Kill, but yeah, For Your Eyes Only, that is one that I've liked more and more the more I've watched it, because it's kind of like his more realistic film. I think when it's more grounded one, because it goes to some of those dark places the others don't.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I love the theme song as well. Theme song's one of the
I was going to say.
Yeah,
good, right saying.
Yeah.
Which is your least favourite so far?
That I've watched, or out of the whole series?
That you've watched so far.
Probably maybe Diamonds Are Forever, but I still enjoy it. It's not the best, but it's still a lot of fun.
Yeah,
that's a real testament, isn't it, to the franchise, isn't it?
Yeah. There's not really one I hate. I think the one I probably dislike the most is probably Die Another Day out of the whole series, but everyone doesn't really like. Everyone sort of has the same opinion on that movie. But
so are you going to watch that then?
Yeah, I'll watch them all. I'm not the biggest fan of the Craig movies. Like, my head sort of drops when I get to the Craig era, because I think those movies aren't as fun.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, when you get to them, I'm more. The 80s is more like my favorite sort of Bond, from like For Your Eyes Only to License to Kill. They're like that's like the golden era for me.
Yeah, I agree.
The 80s is such an underrated decade for the Bond movies. I think it's probably my favorite as well.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm the exact same.
Yeah, there's a good selection of movies in that decade. Definitely is. What about you, Keith? What's some of the films you've watched last?
The last movie I've watched was The Edge of Tomorrow on 4K. It's such a great movie. I love all them time loop movies. I get so much enjoyment out of them. They're so funny. They're always real funny. I find, even if they're trying to be serious, they're always real funny. And I'm a massive fan of Emily Blunt, and I think she is just incredible in this movie. Do you see Emily Blunt in that movie? Jesus Christ, she is ripped. She is.
I think that's probably her best film. She's really good in that. I thought she was better than Tom Cruise in it.
Yeah. So Edge of Tomorrow was probably the last movie I watched. My fiance was away for a couple of days. She was actually in the UK. She was for a couple of days. So my weekend consisted of me watching Halloween, more Halloween, and then a little bit more Halloween. And that's whenever Ellen goes away, I take out the greatest hits. I do, and I watch a lot of Halloween themed movies because she's sick of watching them.
What do you think of the Shout Factory box set of the Halloween ones that are coming out later this year, Keith?
I'm pissed off.
Oh, can't you get hold of them?
I don't even know if I want it, to be honest. I was under the impression that we were going to get matching editions with the other 5 that we had, and now we have this cumbersome looking box set, which I think has terrible artwork on it as well. You know, a bit of newspaper clippings. Big deal. You know, it's so I'm a bit conflicted. I don't know whether to hold off now and pray that they bring them out individually, or just, bite the bullet and pick the box set up. But I can tell you now, I'm not paying $130 for what they're asking for. I think that's an absolute rip-off.
That's how much it is? Wow,
I think it is $120, $130, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, very, very disappointed.
Yeah, that is definitely way pricey for 3 films. That's too much.
And not just that, you also have to contemplate the movies that you're getting. Don't forget about it's
Resurrection.
Yeah, we're definitely going to the asshole section of the Halloween franchise. We are, it's and that's a lot of money to spend for a lot of shit.
Yep, sounds about right. Yeah, but are you going to get the Child's Play ones when they come out?
I think I'm done buying Child's Play.
Yeah,
I own them that many times now. I think I'm done. I'm done now for a while. Maybe I'll pick them up if I can get them cheap enough.
That sounds fair enough. Yeah, because they keep re-releasing these films all the time, hoping that people double, triple, quadruple dip.
Yeah. I think you said it before, Andy. I think I remember you saying it on a stream once before as well with the Child Play movies. I think you're content with what you have.
Yeah.
So I think I'm the same.
Oh, that's weird.
I like the first 4. 5 is just fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the first 4, but I still like 5 for as fucking out there as it is. But yeah, 1 for me is the favorite. That is like a great double feature with Fright Night, the first one.
Oh,
because it's Tom Holland and
Tom Holland.
Yeah, it's fucking great double feature with Fright Night. But yeah, I know there's a lot of love for the second one as well, but for me, the first one just takes the cake. I love the first one.
First one is a really good film. I probably do agree with you there. I've only seen the first 3 in the TV series, so I haven't seen the later ones.
Bride of Chucky is a lot of fun.
They're a lot like, when you think about it, they're a lot like the Nightmare series, aren't they? Where they kind of started out kind of real horror, and the further they went on, they started just becoming more comedy, and till they actually nearly borderline just straight out comedies.
Yeah.
Wow.
The horror takes a second seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed with the Nightmare franchise, I recently started to watch them, and the first one I love the first one, but as you get from the third one onwards, it just gets sillier and sillier. It does.
Yeah. Like, not taking anything away from them, they're still enjoyable movies, but
yeah,
I will always go for the horror elements more than the comedy.
Yeah, you can definitely see the evolution of the franchise going more to horror comedy, but I prefer like keeping it to the proper horror.
The only time it's really worked well for me, I felt, was Evil Dead.
Yeah.
That is the batshit is crazy trilogy I've ever seen in my life. It's never witnessed a trilogy like it.
Oh, I still need to see the third one. I still need to see Army of Darkness.
Wow.
But I've seen the first 2 just recently, and I like the second one just that little bit more, but they're both fantastic.
Right. Oh, the Army of Darkness, there is absolutely no horror in that movie at all.
No. Yeah, it still works.
Oh, it really does.
Yeah.
It's a perfect trilogy.
I look forward to watching it. Yeah. And what about you, Mike? What about you? What are some of the films you watched last?
So I've kind of been binging through a lot of like Arrow titles. I temporarily subscribed to that Arrow video player because I think you get the first week for free. So I've just kind of been taking advantage of it and watching a lot of movies because there's been quite a few that have been in my like wish list to get on Blu-ray, but I kind of had the feeling that most of them were going to be really bad. So I kind of just wanted to watch them first. And one of them that I watched, I think you mentioned it last time, Keith, but I watched that Phantom at the Mall. And it was I actually did enjoy it, but it was like so bad it was good. It's one of those types of movies. But most of the other movies I watched weren't good either. I watched like Black Moon Rising. That was one with Tommy Lee Jones.
I picked that up, and I've heard not great things.
Yeah, I was excited for it because John Carpenter wrote the script for it. But
that's right.
Yeah, but it wasn't the greatest movie. The only one that I can recall enjoying, there was a movie called Massacre Gun. It's like a Japanese.
I've seen that.
That one was really good, so I'll probably pick that one up on Blu-ray. But
that's the black and white one, isn't it?
Yeah, it has a great
ending. It's a bit like a noir, doesn't it, at times?
Yeah, Yeah. But it has a great ending, like a shootout on a bridge.
Yes,
it's
it does.
Really cool ending. Yeah.
That's one of the better ones.
I actually kind of relate to what you were saying there, Mike, about Arrow Video, because kind of outside of their limited edition sets, when it comes to the standard movies, I do kind of wait till I get them for around, €9-10, and all that. I don't want to spend big money on them because you kind of know, that there's a great chance you're going to be watching some crap.
Because I mean, even they're having a sale at the moment, aren't they? And when the sale started, I was like, right, I'm going to get some titles, but I was looking at what I needed, and I was like, I still don't know if I want to get them even on sale. So yeah, and a lot of them I've taken off my wish list now because most of them weren't that great.
Yeah, I'm a bit of the same. There's a few I want to get, but I'm like, are they going to be good? Are they going to be bad? And but that's the problem with Arrow. You don't know what you're going to get there. It's either going to be brilliant or it's either going to be awful. I see the Phantom of the Mile box set, and that is a lovely set. It's just a shame about the film inside it.
Yeah,
I think I said that
artwork is superb, though, isn't it?
I think I said that when I done my review of that movie. I said, let's talk about the good thing about this movie, and I think the box set is nice. That's
it. As for me, the last couple of films I watched. I can't remember what it's called now. Harrison Ford when he gets accused of murdering his wife.
Oh,
Fugitive, yeah. Oh. Yes. For Tommy Lee Jones, I really enjoyed that. That was great.
Yeah.
I also been watching some more of the Punisher TV series. I've been really enjoying that. I'm about halfway through the first season of that. And last night I watched Infinity War for the first time since it came out on Blu-ray. Oh, loved it. Superb.
Yeah. Do you prefer that over Endgame?
Yes, I do. But I haven't seen Endgame since that came out, so I'm probably going to watch Endgame in the next couple of days, see how my opinion changes on it. But all that year of work with the MCU has come to a massive, perfect point there with Infinity War. All that hard work was obviously paid off. It was such an enjoyable film.
I agree.
I watched it on Disney Plus, so you got like the IMAX experience with the screen, and it looked incredible.
I wish I could tell you the same with the 4K. It's not.
I've heard the 4Ks of the Marvel films aren't very good. They're much different between them and the Blu-rays, though, is there?
Not a whole lot, if I'm being completely honest. I don't remember ever sitting down and watching a Marvel movie on 4K and going, "This is just extraordinary." I have. I just got it through the door today. Doctor Strange. I haven't seen the movie yet, so looking forward to seeing that in 4K. But I'm kind of half expecting it to be much like the last couple on 4K. Very dark, lack of little to no bass to the sound. No, I have to wait and see.
It's not a bad film. It's definitely not Marvel's best, but it's quite a colourful film in a way compared to like the Eternals. I remember you said the Eternals 4K was very disappointing.
I think the big appeal for me is the fact that it's a Sam Raimi movie, and apparently there's lots of parts of this movie where you know it's a Sam Raimi movie, and I think it's them bits that I'm looking forward to seeing more than anything.
Oh, cool. Hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, please don't.
Right. Anyway, before we get on to the comments, do you want to promote your channel to people who are watching at home, Keith?
What? Sorry. I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Do you want to talk about your channel for people at home to go and subscribe to you, Keith? What does your channel offer?
No, look, I'm a simple collector. I've loved movies since since I'm 6-7 years old. It's something I've been passionate about all my life. I'm big into collectible items, very rare items as well. So if you are interested in seeing possibly some of the rarest editions out there, I think you might get a kick out of my channel. I think I have a good knowledge of movies. I like to think so. More so on maybe the technical front of them when it comes to the 4K transfers and that and the sound. Absolutely useless when it comes to describing movies. Cannot do it. I've removed it out of my channels. I can't do it anymore. Every time I try to do a synopsis of a movie, I collapse every time. I'm no good at it. So So yeah, look, if you're looking for someone that's very passionate and enthusiastic about movies, I think you'll like my channel.
Your channel's absolutely brilliant. Every time I see your video, I always watch it as soon as I see it. You've got so many great info, and your special editions are incredible.
It's very surreal. The whole thing is all surreal to me. Even now, somebody else that I pick up is very surreal to me.
You can definitely tell your passion is in the films when you talk about them on your videos.
Well, I sometimes find that when you know, again, I'm sure you are all the same, but when you have a collection like the way we have our collections, you have to be somewhat passionate about it. If the passion's not there, then what is the point? And that, you know, it's yes, it's a great thing. Actually, as a matter of fact, I've done a video. I was talking to John about it. It's going to go out Friday, and it's going to be my 26-year journey of collecting physical media. So it's going to be a simple. It's not going to be. I'm not going to show anything. It is just me sitting there in front of a camera for 18 minutes talking about my passion for movie collecting. So a different video. And I'm kind of
brilliant.
How it gets
watching it.
Yeah, it's a good video. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. So Keith's link to his channel's in the description down below. So if you're not going to subscribe to him, get on over there, as well as Andy and Mike's. All their links are in the description down below.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Let's get on to the comments, and there's quite a few. And first up, we have. No, we don't have StreamYard, but there we go. We have Matt here from Vengeance Media. Hey guys, Matilda here. Matt is away. Hope you fellas have a good stream. Thanks ever so much, Matt. Hope you're doing well, mate. It was great to talk to you last week on the stream.
It was,
yeah. We've got Paul here, the 4K chef. Hey guys, great to see Keith on the stream. He's one of the top guys. As you're all I can't make it watching it live, so we'll check up and catch up. No worries, mate. Hope you have a good night. He says, all the best to 4K chef. See you soon, mate.
Take it easy.
We have Matt B Movies here saying, good evening all. Good evening, Matt. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey, Matt.
Right, we have Marvel Fan here, and he says, hey guys, how are you? What's your thoughts on both Batman and Scooby Holiday Haunt, both being cancelled by Warner Brothers and HBO Max as they wasted $130 million on both projects? Yes, the Batgirl thing's been doing the rounds today all across the news. Been canned, and it's apparently finished, but apparently the test screenings weren't very good, so that's why they decided to shelf it. So what do you think of it, Andy?
I mean, the two shows I've got no investment in at all, to be honest. Batgirl and Scooby. Yeah. As horrible as it sounds, I couldn't care less. DC have got so much wrong recently. And so much right too, but when they go wrong, they go horribly wrong. But yeah, they're just two shows I've no interest in. But such a shame they've wasted all that money.
Yes, because Michael Keaton was coming back for Batgirl. It was going to be a movie that was exclusive to HBO Max, and I think Brendan Fraser was going to be the villain, if I'm not mistaken. So it was a little bit of hype for it, and because it wasn't announced at Comic-Con for a trailer or anything, a lot of people started to get worried. What do you think of it, Keith?
I was spoken about this to my fiance today, and I'm telling you now, I think they were right to do it. If it got poorly received, I think it's the right thing to do. Now, don't get me wrong, The Fog was poorly test screened as well, and you know they went back, they done some reshoots on it, and then they made it good. But with this movie, you know, because I heard it all day today where people were kind of saying, "Oh, you know, we're never going to get to see this movie. I can't believe it." But I guarantee you, if they did release it in 3 weeks, 4 weeks from now, the same people that want to see it will turn around and go, yeah, they probably should have shelved that. You know,
You're right there.
You know, and I have a funny feeling that's exactly what would have happened with that movie. But is it a movie or a TV show?
It's a movie. I've never heard of Scoob Holiday Haunt, but I assume that's a movie as well.
Yeah. Scooby-Doo I honestly couldn't care about, to be honest. I don't care for the franchise at all.
Yeah. But it's a lot of money to waste, isn't it?
It's a lot of money. But it could have been more money if they put it out there and they got everyone out kind of advertising. You know, if don't forget the money had to go into advertising as well, and that could have cost millions as well. And that's
true.
You know,
apparently they were frightened that it was going to damage the Warner Brothers DC brand, so it was that bad. So wow.
And what, do they not think it's damaged already?
Yeah, it must have been even worse than Justice League, and that must be saying something.
The Nazi Justice League.
Oh.
Wow.
What do you think about it, Mike?
Yeah, I probably agree with Keith that if it wasn't doing well, then yeah, it probably maybe is right to shelve it and just not release it. I wasn't really that excited for it, although I was kind of curious to see Michael Keaton back as Batman, and also I think Brendan Fraser. I think he was going to play Firefly, wasn't he?
Oh wow!
So that would have been kind of interesting. But yeah, I wasn't massively excited for it, but yeah, it's a strange one. But yeah, it's just I don't know.
It's Warner Brothers all over. They don't really have a clue what they're doing half the time, to be fair.
I tell you what actually made me laugh at that Batgirl movie, because when it got announced today that it got shelved, the first thing I actually said to my fiance was, I didn't even know they were making it.
I didn't even know it was shot. I knew they announced it, but I didn't know it finished.
No, I had no clue at all. I didn't even know it was a thing until I heard it was complete and it was shelved. So yeah, it's very hard to kind of care about something that you didn't know about.
That's very true. That's very true. But as for the Scooby-Doo one, I didn't even know they were doing one. But what was I going to say now? Apparently, the new CEO of Warner Brothers want to cut back on loads of money and all, and this was one of the projects to do it. Apparently, there's even rumors that they may even get rid of HBO Max, even though it's not long launched. So I don't know.
Well, that speaks volumes about how well that's doing.
Yeah, streaming in general, like Paramount Plus, I think that isn't going to last long either, because there's nothing on there for the money. Next up, we've got Sophie saying,
that's all good news, by the way, for physical media, by the way.
Yeah, that's very true. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting you, Peter.
No worries, Keith. But I do agree with you there. I've spoke to a few people, and they've said, like, with all these streaming services, a lot of people now are deciding to buy physical instead because it's cheaper.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Soph says, "Evening, guys. Hello, Keith, my favourite Irishman."
Hey, Sophie.
Hey, Soph.
Hey, Soph.
I appreciate it.
Marvel fan says hi. Hey, Marvel fan. We've got Mike here from Did You See That? Hey, lads. Hey, Mike. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey, Mike.
Happy Wednesday. I hope you're all doing well. Been catching Andy's and Mike's recent content. Solid stuff. What's your thoughts on the movie Weekend at Bernie's?
Yeah, it's good.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it yet.
Everyone just started laughing as soon as they heard the name.
Yeah, it's a movie that shouldn't work, but it does. It's so daft, but it's a lot of fun.
Do you know what the heartbreaking thing about that movie is? Like you said, it shouldn't work, but it does. Yeah. And the thing is, if it was released today, you know, it would have been just torn asunder. It would have been, you know, it's just, I think that's probably why 80s will always be my favorite decade of movies. You just got away with so much more back in them days, and that's it's a comedy classic in my eyes.
I've not seen the second one, but I love the first one.
It's not great.
The second one. Wow.
Yeah, Weekend at Bernie's too. Yeah.
I'll have to check that one out. I just checked it online. It does look like a lot of fun. So yeah.
It's good.
You seen it, Mike?
Yeah, I've got to admit, I think I've got to be in the mood for it, because the first time I watched it, I thought it was hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing, but when I rewatched it, I didn't enjoy it as much. And I feel like it's one of those movies I've just got to be in the mood in. I think maybe next time I'll find it funny again. But yeah, it is a very daft film, but it's easy to watch.
I actually kind of agree with you there, Mike, because it's like I could sit here and praise the shit out of the movie, but at the end of the day, the last time I probably seen the movie was around 10 years ago. Yeah. You know, I always need a bit of time.
Yeah.
You know, before watching it, which is not a bad thing.
Yeah. I probably watched it too soon after my first watch of it. So yeah, I probably need to wait a bit longer.
Oh, I'll definitely have a look, see if I can pick up on Blu-ray. I think it's pretty cheap on Blu-ray. I noticed it on sale a couple of times. Mike says, it's been a few weeks. Andy, give us a mini review. Bookcase near the door, 4th shelf down, and the 4th movie in on the left-hand side.
Right, okay. Oh, God, you picked the... Oh, no. Okay, let's see what we've got.
The Teletubbies Big Adventure.
Okay, he's picked a Christmas one.
Wow.
Well, getting ready for the festive season.
The Santa Claus with Dudley Moore.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Yeah. That's coming across okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love this movie. This is like a Christmas staple for me every year. This is always on TV. Yeah, I love it. I love John Lithgow as the villain. He's like this evil corporate boss, and it gets daft in the second half, but I think the first half's really good. Burgess Meredith is fucking great.
Meredith, what's his name?
Burgess Meredith.
Yeah, he's in it as well, isn't he?
Father Time.
Yeah. And don't forget as well who was very close to direct that movie.
Who?
John Carpenter.
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Wow.
He was so close, but he demanded way too much money for a budget. He was looking for a huge budget, so they rejected him and got someone else.
Yeah. It's a good looking movie that I can see that first half. I can see that being Carpenter, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. It gets a bit daft in the second half.
Yeah,
that first half's great when they're just like green isn't his color. It's like just a bit, yeah.
I think it's more than a nostalgic feeling more than anything that kind of gets me with that movie.
Yeah.
If you're looking for something, if you're looking for something very festive at Christmas,
it's definitely one of the better Christmas films out there. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. Oh, I managed to pick up the Blu-ray for that for £1 in One Below. I was like, yep, straight away picking that up.
Nice.
Yeah. Still haven't seen it yet, but last time I watched it must have been on ITV about 5 or 6 years ago. But yes, it's a great film.
ITV play it like every year.
It kind of feels like coming up to Christmas they play it every day because it's always on one of the ITV ones.
Yeah, it's like it's probably on the ITV player now because it's always fucking on.
Yeah. We've got Soph saying hello, Mike. Right. Mike says, Soph, hey Soph, you're the best mod anyone can have on the chat. No spam gets through on Soph's watch. Absolute hero. Absolutely agree there. Thanks ever so much, Soph, and thanks ever so much all the other moderators for keeping the comments clean and no more spam. So yeah. We've got Retro Girls here. Lisa Michelle saying, what's your thoughts on the reprinted covers at CEX?
Terrible.
Yeah. That's one way to put them. Yeah.
Why? What's happened?
CEX. They sell Blu-rays, but they sometimes sell Blu-rays with they've reprinted the cover, so it's not like the actual cover art. It's
I don't believe it.
And there's like a little in the corner. It says cover reprinted. And it's so annoying.
And they still charge the full price. They do. So if it's a £70 film, limited edition rare, and it's got reprinted cover, they'll still charge it.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Wow. Wow.
Many times you go in there. I actually did go to my local one once, and they had an Arrow edition of Frankenhooker for £20, and it was in an Xbox case.
Wow.
Oh, shocking. But yeah, I'm not keen on the reprinted covers. I would never buy them. I think they should be heavily discounted, at least half price.
Yeah.
The stickers are horrendous. I've heard that they are a bit better now, but I'd rather just buy them brand new, to be fair, especially some of the prices CX charge. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I hate the reprinted covers. I don't know how the hell they get away with that. I was in the one in town a couple of months ago, and they had both Arrow editions of Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead. Reprinted covers. One was 20 quid and one was 25 quid. And I was like, how can you justify that? How can you get away with that? They probably didn't even have the booklets in either.
Wow.
Still probably charge, if the cover's gone, the booklet's obviously going to be gone. It's
of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's like, how can you get away with that? And yet, when you're buying stuff from us, which is the genuine stuff, charging us fucking piss poor rock bottom prices.
Yeah. You'll probably open one of them Dawn of the Dead sets, and you'll probably see like a little notepad inside with someone's writing. And it's the original booklet, what was written on it. A couple of drawings of a zombie.
Well, you say that, but we used to have a game shop called Game Station, but it got bought out by Game. And they used to have a lot of games they sell without the cases. So they put a little sleeve in. Sometimes they'd put, this game is still perfectly fine, but it's naked because it hasn't got its slip or whatever. And sometimes they'll just get somebody to actually draw the front cover as poorly as they can with stickmen on with the title of the game. It was like The Last of Us with two stick people, one with long hair, one with short hair, one with a gun. And it was called The Lost of Us. The Lost of Us instead of The Last of Us.
Wow. I nearly went and buy that just to get that. Funny enough.
Wow. I think GameStop does it in America as well. They also draw the front covers and that. But I do think those sort of copies of games and films, they should be heavily discounted, not charged the same price, because it is a bit of a misleading, shall I say.
Yeah.
Especially if you order it online and then you get it home and you're just like, oh, wow. And then you got to take it back. Right, we've got Matt here saying, watched Six Underground last night. Solid film with some great action sequences. Michael Bay has always been a guilty pleasure. So, is that the one that's on Netflix with Ryan Reynolds?
Right. I've not seen it. But
yeah, I haven't seen it. No. You seen it, Mike?
No, I've not. I think I probably avoided it because I'm not really the biggest Michael Bay fan. But I think I'm sure I've heard that it's considered one of his better movies.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know much about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a real hit and miss director, isn't he? I seen that Ambulance. I thought it was fantastic. I loved it. But then you can watch the likes of Pain and Gain and any of the Transformers movies.
Oh, the second one for me. I hate that.
I think anything after the first one with me, I just can't sit down.
Yeah.
I think that the third one's probably the best out of the sequels.
It's Dark of the Moon, is it?
Yeah. But saying that, it's still not great.
No.
I still haven't seen Anthony Hopkins one, is it? The Last Night or whatever it is. I've heard terrible things about that.
It's exactly the same as the fourth one. You're just not you're not missing anything at all, Pete.
No. I think he has a Transformer butler or something in it as well, doesn't he? Or something like that. Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. I think I'm glad I missed out on that one. But Ambulance, I really enjoyed that. That's probably one of the biggest surprises of the year for me. A little bit too long, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Just old school 90s feeling I got off it.
I do agree with you there. Yeah. I do agree there. We have David here. Sophie, are you looking forward to this new Pinocchio movie in 2022? I know there's two. There's like a Netflix one and a Disney Plus one. One's like a Guillermo del Toro one. And the other one's going to be live action Disney, but for Disney Plus. But it's got Tom Hanks, so it could be all right. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, Guillermo del Toro is, it's always going to be creative with him. And, with the Disney one as well with Tom Hanks, I'm sold already on that one. Okay. Even though I know this is very much a cash cow, what Disney are doing at the minute with the live action remakes. They know what they're doing. It's making them money.
Yeah.
But There's an animated Pinocchio movie, I think, that came out last year, and it's got Pauly Shore as Pinocchio. And fuck me, the acting in that. Oh God, it has to be seen to be believed. The voice acting from Pauly Shore in that movie. Oh my God.
Well, Pauly Shore was in that Phantom at the Mall film as well.
Just going to say
that. Like the guy has never ever made a good movie.
No.
Maybe apart from the Goofy movie. The Goofy movie's fucking great, but he's very, very downplayed in that movie. But my God, this Pinocchio movie, I saw clips of it yesterday, and I was like, "Fucking hell, has that got made?" And I was like, "Yeah." Oh my God.
What's it? A 2021 film? Is it?
No, it's like I'm not sure what it's called. It's called Pinocchio something, but. Yeah, his acting in it was hilarious, and I was watching people's reaction to it, and I couldn't stop laughing. Because he's
shit, Brick, it looks terrifying. It looks terrifying. Oh my days! Turn it off! Turn it off!
Yeah.
That's awful.
There's a bit in the movie where Geppetto walks in with Pinocchio's head, and it looks horrifying. It just looks terrifying.
It looks like a horror film. It looks terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh
my God. Yeah, but he's an actor I just love talking about because his movies are so bad. But, yeah, that Pinocchio looked terrifying though.
It does. I will not be watching that, and I'll be hiding every single copy of it I see in H&B, turning it around to the other side. Oh dear. What about you, Keith? Are you looking forward to any of these Pinocchio films coming out this year?
Like you said, the Guillermo del Toro one. Like I said, if anything, it's going to be beautiful to look at. So that kind of has me intrigued. The Disney one, is he doing the Disney one then?
No.
The Tom Hanks one is the Disney one.
Yeah. That's a different director.
That alone, with Tom Hanks in it, will have me there anyway. But I find with Disney's, these remakes that they're doing, they can be hit and miss. Some of them can be great. I thought their live action version of Cinderella, I love that movie. I thought the Beauty and the Beast one was good as well. Wasn't too keen on the likes of Lion King or Aladdin. And that's it all depends. It does seem like a bit of a rushed one, this one. I don't know. I have a funny feeling I'm not going to enjoy it. I'm hoping wrong.
There's probably a reason why it's gone to Disney Plus and all, because you kind of thought it would go straight to cinemas, because most of the other ones have.
I think that alone speaks volumes.
Yeah.
Well, it could be another Home Sweet Home Alone.
Oh dear. But are you looking forward to the new Predator film coming out this week, though, on Disney Plus? Prey. I've heard some very good things about it, though.
Yeah. Sounds interesting.
Yeah. I've heard it's kicked a bit of new life into the franchise, which is always good to hear. I have to wait and see. I can't really comment about it. I'm looking forward to it, but if it doesn't work for me, I think it's then time to, put that last nail in the coffin and bury that franchise.
Yeah, I agree there. What do you think, Mike, of the new Pinocchio movies?
I'm looking forward to the Del Toro one. I'll watch anything he makes. I think he's a great director. The Disney one, not so much. I'll probably watch it at some point, but I'm not going to be in a hurry to watch it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll give the Disney Plus one a watch because I've got Disney Plus, but the Guillermo del Toro one does look good. I think it's going to be like stop motion, isn't it? It's going to be like a bit like the Fantastic Mr. Fox one, which looks pretty good. I'm very intrigued with how Disney's going to do the donkey part in the new remake. Because that was always horrific and scary as a kid.
Yeah. It's terrifying as fuck, that, and the animated one.
Right. Disney are getting very repetitive, aren't they? I find they're getting incredibly... I'm even starting to believe that... I'm starting to think now this Marvel franchise now, it's played out. I think people are starting to get a bit bored with it. I think people are starting to get a bit bored with Star Wars and that. And I think people are starting to get a bit bored with this remakes of live action movies as well. I think Disney really are struggling to come up with original ideas.
Yeah.
There's not one live action Disney movie I would choose to watch over the animated one.
Right, okay.
There just really isn't. I would choose the animated counterpart every time. Yeah.
I think for me, probably the most fun I've had with a Disney film this year, not saying it's the best one, but the most fun I've had with it is that Chip and Dale film. I honestly thought it was a lot of fun, very entertaining.
Never seen it.
It kind of feels like the closest thing we would get to a Roger Rabbit sequel, if you kind of think about it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting.
But yeah, I think you're right with Disney. The Star Wars is getting a bit ho-hum, but the new Andor series looks good. Looking forward to that. The new trailer yesterday certainly got me excited, but whether the series will live up to it, it remains to be seen.
Yeah.
And then you've got She-Hulk, which looks, I might give that one a pass.
I honestly think Disney are killing themselves. They're actually shooting themselves in the foot. I think they're definitely if this Marvel thing falls apart, they'll be to blame for it.
I know Thor hasn't done very well with like the critics and the fans. I think it's even got the lowest like Metacritic, like the fans out of all of them, even Dark World. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm not in no rush to watch that one.
My fiance went to it there when she was in the UK a couple of days ago, and she rang me and she says, "Keith, you're not going to like it." I don't know. I'm still very mixed about this director. What's his name?
Taika Waititi.
Ellen reckons that he just went too crazy in this movie. There's just too much of him in this movie, too much of his craziness in it, And then when I heard that apparently they shot nearly 4 hours of footage, it sounded very Jackass to me. Jackass always do that to shoot 2 movies worth of film and all that. How many millions did you spend on unused footage? It's I don't know.
Did you enjoy Ragnarok?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did enjoy it, but she just my fiance just says they went too crazy in it with this one. Way too crazy with it. So I'll have to wait and see. I've seen a few scenes from it that I thought looked very funny. Russell Crowe in particular.
Yeah.
Him holding his dress when he's going down the stairs, I thought was actually brilliant. Because you have to remind yourself that this is Russell Crowe you're looking at. Probably the hardiest bastard you'll ever meet, and there he is wearing a dress. It's yeah. I'll still watch it.
Yeah, same here. We've got Mike says, could one of you lads do all physical media collectors a favour and justice? How you may ask how CEX to stop using crap stickers. They really ruin box sets and artworks.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing, if you go over to Mondo Chelovic Movies, he has definitely found a way around that. It's incredible. That. It's absolutely a bit of lighter fluid. And that's it. 3 drops of lighter fluid. And leave it for 5 minutes, and the sticker just peels right off. No problem.
And I think it's quite a quick and easy, cheap fix as well. You don't need nothing too much expensive. You buy some from Poundland and they'll be done within 5 minutes. It's amazing.
I said it to John, he done it in a video there. I think it was his last video he done on Monday. He just put it, someone asked him, would he do it? And he put it at the end of the video. And I said it was the most therapeutic thing you could sit down and watch. It was just so good to look at. When he started peeling it, he was like, you're like, it's not going to work. And then all of a sudden it just comes right off. And it just feels great.
I have to admit, when they came off so perfectly, I did cheer.
Great, it really was.
Yeah. Apparently the stickers have changed now. I haven't shopped at CX, so have you, Andy and Mike, seen any difference between them?
No, still the same for me.
Yeah, not really. I've only ever had an issue once, and that was the Day of the Dead Steelbook. That's the only issue I've ever really had. Yeah.
Right. David says it's going to be with Tom Hanks, Pinocchio. So yeah, he's going to play. Is it Geppetto? Yeah. We've got Matt saying trolls are literally the worst. Good on you, Soph. Absolutely. Thanks, Soph, and all the moderators. Matt says, my Batgirl comments seem to have disappeared. Must have been Gremlins at work. Thoughts on DC's future? I haven't got a clue with it, because I think The Flash is probably going to get cancelled now after all what's going on with that. And it really doesn't seem like DC's got a proper set path now. I think instead of doing like DC Universe trying to copy Marvel, they're probably better just doing their own films. They had a good spate of films like with Shazam, Aquaman, Joker, like quite quality films. And I think that's probably the best way for them to go. What do you think, Andy?
I've never really had faith in the DC movies. I think if you cast your minds back about 8 years ago, when Marvel was sort of very much the juggernaut that it was going to become, DC have always been trying to play catch up, to Marvel, and they've never ever got it right, whereas Marvel has. And anything DC do, it just doesn't really excite me. We've had maybe a handful of really, really good work from them, whereas Marvel have just been churning out, those last 8 years, great movie after great movie after great movie up until recently. And DC I have no idea what their main goal is or what they're trying to achieve with what they're doing. They just seem very it seems very potluck with DC. Like, let's try doing this. Okay, that doesn't work. Let's try doing this. Okay, one element of that worked. Let's try doing something else. That didn't work. It's just, it's a bit all over the show for me and a bit of a mess with DC.
Yeah, I think you're right there. They see what sticks, and it's 50-50.
Yeah, there's no structure to them. Whether what they're doing works or whether it doesn't work, there's just no structure.
Yeah, I still haven't seen Wonder Woman 84. I've got it. I bought it day one when it came out, 15 quid, and I'm bracing myself to watch it. I've heard nothing but bad things about it, which is such a shame because I love that first one.
Yeah, it's not great, the second one.
Yeah.
Especially when you can come C-3PO at the end of it.
So what do you think of the DC future, Keith?
Andy said one word there perfectly. Structure. It doesn't have it. It's an absolute mess of a franchise. I think when you look at it and you kind of see that, we have I'm not saying anything bad here now. I love the last Batman movie that came out, and it looks like now we're getting another Joker. So now we're going to have this Joker. We're going to have the Joaquin Phoenix Joker. We had the Jared Leto Joker that was in the Suicide Squad movies. It's too much. It's too much. This thing with the amount of villains, like, I never read Batman comic books, but I can imagine that the amount of villains that are in these comic books that have not been touched on screen yet, but they won't do it for some strange reason. I don't understand it. I don't get it. That's why I probably liked when Christopher Nolan done his Batman movies. The first movie he brought in, who did he put in? Scarecrow. And never been done before in a Batman movie. But a live action movie, that is. And it's just all played out for me now. I'm done with it. I think what you said, Pete, was absolutely correct. Stop trying to make a universe. Bring out standalone movies. Don't try to interweb them. And see how that goes. Yeah,
absolutely. I think with DC, it's just Joker because they know everybody loves Joker, so print Joker because if Joker makes money. They ain't gonna do lesser known Batman villains because they're not so well known. But it's a shame because there's some really great ones there. Is it Deathstroke? He's quite a good character. He was in one of the Arkham games. I think it's Arkham Origins or something.
That's right.
Because one thing about those games, they give the lesser known villains a chance in the spotlight, which I do quite like about them.
I'm dying to see a Mad Hatter movie with Batman.
That'd be great, wouldn't it?
That would be good.
Fucking great. Yeah.
What's the other one? Man-Bat? Is it Man-Bat? The one that turns himself into a bat? Yeah. I think that'd be quite a good one as well.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I don't know what the future holds. It just feels like a mess at the moment with all the other movies. I think the only thing they've got going for them is Batman, and I feel like it's just going to be reboot after reboot after reboot, like Batman movies. And I'm kind of the same as you, Keith. I'm sick now of seeing the same characters. Like this latest Batman movie. Spoiler for anyone who hasn't seen it, but when the Joker got revealed at the end, I did kind of roll my eyes a bit because I was like, I don't want to see another version of the Joker. I want to see a villain we haven't seen before. Mm-hmm. So I'm almost kind of not that excited for the next Batman movie if it's going to be the Joker. But there's just like a wealth of other villains they can do. Mm. But yeah, I think the only thing DC have got going for them is Batman and maybe Superman as well. But other than that, it's just seems to be a mess.
I'll tell you who I feel incredibly sorry for at the moment is Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, the new Flash movie, everyone was excited for that movie because he was in it. And everyone wanted to see Michael Keaton back as Batman. And then, like you said there as well, there was rumors that he was going to be in that the Batgirl movie as well. And now that's gone. So you do kind of feel we were all, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's best that Michael Keaton remains in the past. I don't know. We'll never know now, but it is a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame. He's done 2 movies now that highly likely both will be shelved now, and to get him back and get a lot of fans excited, and then they won't see him. But hopefully something will work out. I don't know. DC just don't really know what they're doing. That's the thing at the end of the day. They're seeing what Marvel do, and then they say, "Oh, we can do that," and they're just like, "Yeah, we don't have an idea." They don't have the planning. They don't plan.
That's the thing about DC, isn't it? They had their Avengers movie 3 movies in, where the Marvel franchise they done there was 5 movies, 6 movies, and 5 movies. Then they had their Avengers. Disney were just always in a rush. We need to get our Avenger movie out there now. We need it now. We need to catch up, and they've suffered for it.
Absolutely. The thing is, though, the DC animated films, that's another different kettle of fish. The Marvel ones aren't so good, but the DC ones are actually really quite good. They're better than some of the movies.
The games are fantastic.
Yep.
I know.
As well. Yeah.
Yes. I'm really looking forward to that Suicide Squad game coming out next year. That's by Rocksteady, so that'll be great. And there's also another Batman one coming out this year.
Right. Yeah.
Gotham Knights, and that could be quite good as well.
It's
just a shame they just can't get their movies just right. But hopefully in the future, and a few more years, with proper planning, they can actually do something.
Do you know what they should do? They should hire Kevin Feige.
Yeah.
And maybe he might get them.
Yeah. It worked for the Suicide Squad with James Gunn, didn't it? That was a great film.
Yes. Yeah.
But it absolutely tanked.
Yes, it
did. Box office. Such a flop. We're never going to get another Suicide Squad movie after that one.
Yeah, I think because it come on HBO Max at the same day and all. That's another thing.
Yeah.
Yes. Sub says, best thing to do is to block and move on. That's what Matt says, absolutely. Gary says, hey all, I will be listening at work. Hey Gary, hope you're doing well, mate.
Gary.
We've got Gareth at Video Tasties here saying, hey all. Hey Gareth, hope you're well, mate.
Hey
Gareth. Matt says, For Your Eyes Only is epic, especially the soundtrack. Yeah,
absolutely.
Love it.
Great movie.
We have Brian Drums here saying, yo, hey Brian, hope you're doing well, mate.
Brent.
David says, Andy, will you be getting the James Bond 4K box set if it comes out? How much did you pay for the James Bond Blu-ray box set?
The answer is no, and a lot of money. I won't be getting the 4K. I'm watching them on the TV I've got at the minute, and I can't really see those movies looking any better. They look phenomenal.
What set do you have, Andy, by the way?
I've got the 50th anniversary one. That's one of the books in it,
Yeah, I think that's a lovely set. I have that myself. Yeah. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I am. I can't see that set being improved because it just looks it looks so good. discs and the set itself. But yeah, I paid a lot of money for that when it came out, when it was brand new, because I had the big silver DVD one with the 20 movies in. When that came out, I've still got all my VHSs of them as well. But yeah, I think I'm done after Blu-ray with them. I can't.
When you look at when you do look at the way 4K has gone at the moment, especially on big franchises like this, there's no way there's ever going to be a complete James Bond box set on 4K. It'll be close to £1,000 for it. Yeah. It'll be done just like the Star Trek box sets or the Alfred Hitchcock sets. They'll bring out 4 or 5 movies at a time.
Yeah,
that's it.
In like a Bond for each Bond, Sean Connery, Roger Moore. That'll be what they'll do.
That'd actually be a good idea, actually, to do.
It's going to be very expensive, though.
If they brought it out, it would be probably close to about 80 discs. It would just be insane. Because you'd have the 4K, you'd have the Blu-ray, special features. It'd just be nuts.
Oh, imagine the case for it. Oh, my.
Because that Harry Potter box set I got, it's 8 films.
You got the train set.
32 discs for 8 films in that set.
Whoa.
Where did you get that from, that set?
I got that off eBay.
Yeah. Because I'm not going to be rude and ask you how much you paid for it, but I can tell you now, Amazon Germany was selling that for very cheap.
Okay.
I think someone turned around at the time. Someone sent me a message.
Yes.
And it was around 70 euro for it, or something like that, 60, 70 euro for it.
Yeah.
But the only reason why I didn't pick it up is because I have the Steelbook collection box set on 4K as well. I didn't really want to double dip on Harry Potter. But it's a nice.
Yeah, I noticed on Amazon they were selling that same set, the German edition, for half the price.
Wow.
But I didn't want to get it because everything in it is in German.
Oh, I get that. Okay.
I wouldn't be able to read it. I wouldn't be able to use the majority of it. That's the only thing. That's the snag. That's the catch. If you don't mind that, then go for it all for it.
Yeah.
But I just wanted it in English. That was.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
Yeah, but it's a cracking set though.
I've said that before. Like numerous times that I've done it now as well. There's numerous busts even I have that there was English versions of them, and I held off for the English versions. I had to pay more for it, but I think it was worth paying.
Yeah, because I got those Turbine movies that you did videos on, Keith. You know, the Twisted Daylight and Dragonheart. And I do not regret buying those at all. They look stunning, even though the whole booklets are in German.
Yeah.
I do not regret buying those. They are great.
No, I think it's like I said, when it comes to the kind of smaller editions like that, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
You seem very happy with your Batman editions as well.
Yes. Yeah. They look great. I'm not the biggest fan of the third movie, but yeah.
Well, you couldn't buy 2 of them, could you? You couldn't buy 2 and leave the third one out. You know, you couldn't do that.
No, couldn't do it. They just look so nice, the 3 of them together. Yeah.
They're lovely additions. They're not too bad for the money as well. What were they, £40 each?
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing. I think it's kind of. I've spoken to John about this tonight, and I think I needed to give myself a bit of a kick in the ass in the last couple of weeks. You know, after everything that happened to me with the Pet Sematary edition that I picked up.
Yeah.
But these one-click editions. Now, I got the Inglourious Bastard one, and that for the money, £80, I thought it was an absolute remarkable set. The Pet Sematary one, for the money I'm not going to say how much I spent on it, but it was too much, I can tell you. I'm not sold on these one-click editions. I have one more coming of Forrest Gump. And I said to John, it all depends now on this set. If this doesn't blow me away, then I think I'm officially done when it comes to one-click editions. Because when you do look at them 3 Batmans together, because technically that's what these one-click editions are. You have 3 deluxe editions of them Batmans, and it's put into a box. You spent £120 on them 3 editions. These one-click editions, I've seen them going for £600-700.
Wow.
They are. I've seen a Predator one that's going for 1,200. And it is, yes, okay, granted, you are paying for the rarity of them, because there's only the Pet Sematary one that I got There's only 200 of them in the world. But it's not going to mean a whole lot to me because the set is incomplete. Well, it was incomplete until I got the last one this week. But yeah, you really are paying a lot of money for the rarity of them. But there's that edition, like that Edge of Tomorrow. I don't know if you've seen my video of Edge of Tomorrow, but that set is just absolutely remarkable.
Yeah.
And it's as premium. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. That is as premium gets in my eyes. And but these people don't want to call them premium because you can buy them on Amazon, and you can buy, and there's a lot of them out there. You know what I mean? It's a bad way of looking at things, and it is something I kind of do want to get out of. I don't want to be doing that and collecting them.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, definitely. What about that Rambo set that's on Savvy? That's quite expensive as well. It's like £100, isn't it? You pre-ordered it? Well, it is a quality movie, and it is a very nice set.
I'm very conflicted about it. I don't know what I'm still not sure whether to cancel or not. I don't know what to do.
If it was a whole box set of films with all that stuff, that'd probably be more easier to do. But because this one, you know that they're probably going to release the other ones in similar sets.
Well, I'm just going by the pictures of it, and from the pictures, it looks like the set looks no thicker than any of the Batman editions that myself and Andy picked up.
That's true.
And then when you start looking at the 120 price tag on it, then it does kind of. I'm hoping there's going to be a bit more to it than just, like I said. Maybe the pictures are a bit deceiving. I don't know. I need to look into it a bit more. I'm a bit conflicted on that one.
Yeah. But that box set you got, The Witch, very nice. The booklet and everything.
I think that's where my line is. I'm more than happy paying €40 for these sets. I think they're fantastic. I really do, and they display so well on your shelves and that. And I said that in my video for The Witch tonight. I never seen the movie, but I think it was a gamble worth taking because the set alone is beautiful, and I'm more than happy to own it just for the set alone, even if I do hate the movie, which I'm hoping I won't. Actually, I was going to ask you that question tonight. Has any of you seen it?
Yeah,
no,
I love it.
Really?
Yeah, but I imagine it's one of those movies that you're either going to love or hate.
Yeah,
I'm definitely in the love. Yeah,
I said that in the video.
It kind of hits me. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, no, go on, Pete. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say I haven't seen it yet, but it kind of hits me. It's going to be a bit like Midsommar and Hereditary. You're either going to love it or hate it. That sort of style of film.
Yeah.
Let's hope Hereditary.
It's not like a conventional horror movie, and I think a lot of people go into it expecting it to be your typical conventional horror, but it's like a slow burn. But I think it's very unsettling in places and very disturbing.
I'm just looking for a real atmospheric movie, and I think I'm going to get that with this movie.
I'd say so. Yeah.
Atmosphere.
Yeah,
it looks stunning. The ending to it freaked me the fuck out.
Really?
Yeah, fucking hell. Yeah.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it tomorrow night, hopefully.
Yeah.
Cool. I hope you enjoy it.
So do I.
Yeah, I hope we have a blast with it, Keith.
Yeah. And look, trust me, I don't go into these things hoping that they're going to be crap. I really do hope I enjoyed it. I enjoy it, so fingers crossed.
Awesome. Soph says, me and Jason watched a film called Green Room. I think it traumatized Jason from one certain scene. Wow. I didn't realise it was that bad. That's the one with Patrick Stewart and Anton, the one from Star Trek who passed away.
Anton Yelchin, yeah.
I've never seen it.
It's A24, isn't it?
It's been such a long time since I've seen Green Room.
I wasn't the biggest fan of it. I was a bit disappointed in it. But I'm kind of the same as you. I can't really remember it.
Yeah, I can't. It's been that long since I've seen it.
Yeah.
Right. We've got Carlos here saying, hey Pete, Andy, Mike and Keith. Favourite Planet Apes of the movie, either from the original or newer franchise? Thanks for joining, Carlos. Hope you're well, mate. Right. So, what's your favourite Planet of the Apes movie, Andy?
This is tough, and I think Mike will agree with me on this. Planet of the Apes probably holds a special place for both of us because when we were at school, these were some of the movies that we first realized that we both loved and we both talked about and shared memories of and had an absolute blast with those first 5 movies. And yeah, I just hold a special place for those movies in my heart. The new trilogy, I think, is exceptional. I think it's great. I think they're probably the better made movies, but I have a lot of nostalgia for those first 5. Conquest, I don't even think I can watch that movie anymore because it's so brutal in parts. It's really, really uncomfortable for me, and I loved it as a kid. It was the first Planet of the Apes movie I saw in full. But watching it now as an adult, it's really difficult to sit through. Just because of how the humans treat the apes, it's really bad.
Yeah,
but I like them both for different reasons. I think that's probably my answer.
That's a good. Yeah, that's fair enough. Would that be the same for you, Mike?
Yeah, those original 5 films, like Andy said, I love them all. Even I know the last one, Battle, is not considered to be that great. But I think overall, I'd have to say the first Planet of the Apes movie is probably the best one. Yeah, it's really good. The new trilogy, I really like Rise. Is it Rise, the first one?
Yeah, I think that
one's quite. I don't think that one gets talked about very much. I think
that's quite underrated. That one is.
Yeah. I know because people talk about. I think it's Dawn and War, which I really like them, but I think Rise is probably my favorite of that trilogy.
Yeah. What about you, Keith?
I absolutely agree. The Mark Wahlberg one is easily the best one. No,
I totally forgot that movie.
Yeah,
I didn't even. That never entered my mind. That movie.
Oh, dreadful.
I have to give credit.
For a second there, I was like, "What the fuck is Keith on about, Mark Wahlberg?" Yeah.
I think it's your man. Is it Clive Barker? Is it Clive Barker that does the Rick Baker that does the makeup effects? I think in that Mark Wahlberg one. That's the only thing I can credit that movie for. Is the makeup is absolutely extraordinary on them. But but for me, it's the original Planet of the Apes all the way. The new trilogy is, it's what I call it again, another perfect trilogy. Each movie evolved. And it evolved in a different direction, which was always great to see. But I absolutely agree with Mike as well. I think I would actually pick out Rise in that trilogy as my favorite as well. I think it's very underrated. And you're right, it's never talked about. So, but for me, it has to be the original all the way.
Great picks. I do agree. The first one is absolutely fantastic. I remember watching it as a kid. It was on like BBC Two in the afternoon or something. Loved it. I've seen pretty much all of them, but I haven't seen them for a very long time. That Mark Wahlberg one, the less said about that one, the better. But the new trilogy, again, perfect trilogy. I love all 3 of them. I think War's really good, but it's definitely Dawn for me. That's probably my favourite. That was the first one. I did watch Rise first, but it didn't really hit me so much until Dawn. I just thought that was fantastic.
Yeah.
But I have gone back to Rise, and it definitely does improve a lot on a second viewing. It's a perfect trilogy, and I'm kind of worried that they're bringing the series back again. They're going to do another trilogy. I'm just like, please don't.
The weird thing was, when you look at them 3 movies, you did start seeing a decline in the box office, even though the movies technically were getting better critically, but in the cinemas they were starting to flatline a bit, almost to the point that I think War of the Planet of the Apes is almost borderline flop. So I don't think they should do this. You should even think about doing another trilogy. I think if you're going to do if you want to do one, bring out one movie. Don't start planning another franchise because it'll go the same way.
I agree. To be fair, that trilogy just ended perfectly, and I don't think we need one for quite a few years yet.
Actually, see when we're talking about Planet of the Apes. Look, I can't talk about Planet of the Apes and not show this.
Oh, is this what I think it is?
This is one of my prized possessions.
Oh wow!
Oh, brilliant!
This is an absolute great piece. I swear to God, the hair is so realistic; it's shocking.
Wow.
Every now and again, I come into the room and I'd be like combing it. But it's a beautiful piece. That was an edition I was trying to get for years, and to finally get it, it's incredible.
You have a season one as well, don't you?
Sorry?
Oh, sorry. You have the season one as well from the recent one, don't you?
Yeah, that's actually sitting beside it. Sorry, Andy, what were you saying?
Does that bust have the 5 movies with it?
Yeah, I think it's actually in the back of them. If you actually pull the jacket up.
Oh, wow.
There you go. And that's all the 5 movies.
Actually,
sorry. Yeah. It's the 5 movies and it's all the TV series as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, very nice.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's a big one.
Right. Moving on, we have Rehan here saying, "Hey guys, quick question. Hey Rehan."
Right.
He says, "What do you guys think of my YouTube channel?" It's a great channel, Rehan. Yeah.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
I have to check it out.
Look at it.
Yeah. Right. We've got Gareth here, and he says, "If you won £100 million on the lottery, what would you make a mid-budget movie with? What would you make a movie?" Would you make a movie with?
Why would I make a mid-budget movie if I have 100 million?
Unless you've got another 100 million in the bank. Everyone's stumping that one.
Yeah.
I'd probably make £1 million movie because I'll keep the other 99.
I wouldn't make a movie because I think I'd be shit at it. I'd just buy more movies. I'm not a movie maker. I would just buy more movies.
Yeah, I just retire and buy more movies. Buy a big house and big house to put all my movies in, and yeah.
See, I think he's all missed a trick though, because I would actually hire Spielberg to make a movie for me. See, when I have 100 million.
Yeah. Very good. Cool. Right. We've got Edward here saying, hope you're all well. What's your favourite? I think he means Kiefer Sutherland movie. Oh,
or Kiefer's sister.
Yeah.
Oh, so
wow.
What about you, Andy?
There's so many.
Yeah.
There's so many. Let's start off with the big ones. Stand By Me and The Lost Boys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the Three Musketeers. I adore that movie. Yeah, Phone Booth's cracking one. Dark City. Yeah. I watched a video with him in not too long ago with I think it was one of these magazine videos, and he was talking about the characters he's played over the years. And there's a movie called A Time to Kill that he's in, where he plays like a racist in the movie.
He's a bastard in that film.
Yeah. And he said this was very interesting. He said there's people to this day that when he meets people, they will not shake his hand because of that movie.
Wow.
Because they said it's, he takes it as a compliment because it's a testament to his abilities as an actor, how well he played that role. But yeah, there's people that will just not shake his hand and will not, sort of like want to spend time with him. But he's so good in that film. It's a great Joel Schumacher movie that never gets talked about.
I think that kind of reminds me a bit of. Do you remember? I think I seen on the Graham Norton show when Kurt Russell was on it, and he was talking about how he knew that Snake Plissken was going to work, and apparently John Carpenter told him to go down to the end of the street, and he was going to just get a wide shot of Snake Plissken walking towards the camera. But apparently, when he went down to the bottom of the street, these three lads came around the corner, and they just stood and looked at him. And the first thing they turned around was like, they just went, "Be cool, just relax." And that's how they knew it was going to work, you know. So yeah, it kind of reminded me that with the way you said that about Keep Us Under.
Yeah.
Ah, awesome.
Yeah. Freeway is one of my favorite ones as well.
Anyway, yeah.
Okay. He was in A Few Good Men, wasn't he?
Yes, briefly.
Wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, so I could say that one. What about you, Keith?
Flatliners, no one mentioned, so I thought that was a great movie. He had a great movie as well. I think it was, I'm nearly sure it's him. I haven't seen it in years, but I remember enjoying it. I think it was called The Vanishing. I'm nearly sure Sandra Bullock was in it with him, and she disappears in it. I think it's one of those what happened to his wife kind of movies. And I think I remember enjoying that movie as well. But you kind of have to go back to what Andy said, Lost Boys and Stand By Me.
Yeah.
Out of two that kind of jump at me. Not forgetting as well, of course, probably his most memorable role, 24, as
Jack Bauer.
Yeah, oh my god, I forgot his name. Wow, it's gone in my head.
Yeah.
What's his character name?
Jack Bauer.
Thank you. Got it in my head there.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, my favorite movie that he's in is Dark City. I think it's a great movie. I like Freeway as well. That's quite a good one. But yeah, other than that, 24, he's brilliant in that series. He's just such a badass.
How he's not doing life in prison in that movie, you know, like it's
yeah.
Some of the shit he gets away with.
Yeah.
Oh, but obviously Lost Boys, Flatliners. I'm sure he was in a cartoon one called Monsters vs. Aliens. I used to like that one.
Yeah,
that wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
And he was also Snake in Metal Gear Solid 5, though he didn't really say much.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a movie he's in from the 80s, and no one ever talks about this movie, but it has such a great cast, but it's an awful movie. It's called 1969.
Yes,
heard of it. Yes,
it's got Robert Downey Jr. and Winona Ryder in, but no one ever talks about it. And it's okay, but it's not the best. But it's so disappointing because I wanted that movie to be good.
Right,
but it's got a decent soundtrack.
That's good. Yep, I just had to put the light on. It was getting dark in here. Right, we got the DVD and Film Bloke here saying hey. Hey, mate. Thanks for joining. We've got AP here, the Movie Cheer podcast. Hey, gents. Hope you're all doing good. Not doing bad. Hope you're doing well, mate. DVD and Film Bloke says, I watched Time After Time, which I adored. Seriously, I love it. Malcolm McDowell should have played more heroic roles. Oh. You guys all enjoy it? Yeah.
Time After Time, yeah.
Yeah.
You seen it, Keith?
I've never seen it.
No. It's on the H&V premium range, isn't it? I'm sure.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, I also saw Spike Lee's film Clockers, which was good as well. Haven't heard of that one.
I remember that. I've never seen that back in the day, but for the life of me, I can't remember it.
The name rings a bell, but I've not seen it.
Oh. Right, comments have gone weird. I've just got to wait for them to go here. Right. We've got Soph here saying, I would love to make a movie. Yeah. What would your movie be about, Soph? I'm very intrigued. Would it be about the guy with the guitar from Stranger Things? We've got Mike here again from Digitally Zat said, if you had a budget of 15,000, which was the budget of the original Paranormal Activity movie, how would you improve the movie to make it even better?
Does he mean Paranormal Activity? How do we improve that?
Okay. Yeah. How would you improve it if you had the budget of this film?
I would use the 15 grand to stop anyone from making sequels to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good point. How many sequels are there? About 10?
There's a lot of them, yeah. There is a lot.
Oh dear. Andy?
See, Paranormal Activity is, for me, it does what it says on the tin, that movie. It's by no means like a cinematic genius, but it has it uses techniques very, very well to achieve what it wants to achieve. And that, to me, is where the movie peaks in what it wants to do. It's never, it's not going to be like, it's no Schindler's List or Citizen Kane or anything like that.
No.
It is what it is on the tin. And it doesn't offer anything other than that.
I don't even think it's, let's face it, it's not necessarily remembered fondly amongst the horror fans as well. No. Like, it's not much Paul. It'll never be a horror masterpiece. It wouldn't even be remotely close to it. No. I think they took what they've done with the Blair Witch and they've basically done it again. Kind of, it's yeah. I don't have a whole lot of time for them movies, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, because those sequels only exist because this movie was successful. The first movie was a hit. That's the only reason why anything after it exists.
Yeah.
Pretty certain there's another one coming. There's always one coming. I think they release one every year.
I have to admit, that box set that got announced is lovely.
Ooh,
it's going to be the first time. Yeah, there was a new box set. I think it's coming out of the States. It's the first time that the whole lot of them are together in one box.
Oh,
so
that's cool.
I'd like to tell you that I won't get it. That's not true.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I can only really mirror what everyone said. I think because Paranormal Activity, because it's like a found footage movie, I don't really know how you can sort of improve it, because there's only so much you can do with like a found footage movie. So yeah, I'm kind of stumped on that one. I don't know. I don't even think it really needs anything improving, even though I'm not really the biggest fan of the movie. I do know there's a lot of people that do find it like quite a scary movie, and there are fans of it. But yeah, I don't really think you can really improve it in any way.
Yeah, you're probably right there.
The only thing I will say is I have to admit, there was one night we were in the house here, and I watched Paranormal Activity 2. And you were kind of watching it, and you were almost half watching it. I remember, I'll never forget that. But my God, the last impression that movie had on me, because when I went to bed that night, and my fiance was beside me as well, we couldn't sleep for hours. we thought we were here. Every noise the house could make, it was making that night. It was, and it did have a lasting impression on me. But I'll never remember them fondly, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah. As a found footage film, there's only so much you can do, especially on that budget. All I'd say is once production wrapped up, gave everybody who worked on the film a really nice meal at McDonald's or something.
I thought what they accomplished with Unfriended was far better.
Oh. Okay.
And that was just simply people on webcams. That movie is horribly unsettling at times, and its sequel is fantastic as well.
Okay.
And I was one of them people that I was kind of going, Jesus Christ, how can you make an hour and a half movie of people on webcams and make it interesting? But I'll tell you one thing, they accomplished it.
The one with John Cho, Searching, that's a very good film.
That's probably one of the best ones.
Yeah, I fucking love that movie.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah,
it's so good. Things in that movie are right under your nose, and you miss them.
Yeah,
from the get go. Oh, the way it hides them. Oh,
so good. I just picked it up on a whim from H&V because it was like £2. Best £2 ever. Right, we've got DVD from Film Book saying that's good. I saw Casino Royale 67, which was utter shit unless you own the yes, unless you're on meth, it's not worth your watch. Yes, I remember watching it. It's definitely one to skip.
I've not seen it because I've just heard it's really bad.
Yeah.
So I've just never had the desire to watch it.
I'm the exact same.
Yes. It's about as much fun as the bit in the 40-Year-Old Virgin where Steve Carell's getting his chest waxed. It's about as much fun as that. So yeah, don't watch it. Oh dear. Right. Dr. Impossible is here saying, last night I watched a truly wonderful film about killer rubber tire. Surprisingly, it's not called rubber, not Michelin, Dunlop. Oh.
I've heard about that film.
Yeah.
I think I have heard of it and all, yeah. Oh, sounds interesting. Right. Carlos is here with his movies face-offs again. Third movies and why. Friday the 13th, Part 3 versus Elm Street Part 3. Black Christmas Original versus Halloween 2018. And Fright Night Original versus John Carpenter's Vampires. So, who wants to go first?
These are very, very easy for me.
Yeah.
Elm Street 3, hands down. Black Christmas, the original. Fright Night. There's no other vampire movie that will beat Fright Night, in my opinion. Yeah, they're mine.
Great picks, Keith?
What he said. It's that's an absolute no-brainer for me. I know Friday the 13th Part 3, he does get the iconic mask in that one, but has to be Nightmare on Elm Street 3 for me in that one. Love the setting of that movie. Black Christmas, hands down. I think Black Christmas is probably the most underrated slasher movie ever made, in my opinion. Everyone talks about Halloween kind of starting the slasher genre. It was probably that movie. It was. And again, it's heartbreaking that people kind of forget about that. And of course, Fright Night. Need I say any more?
Awesome. Mike?
Yeah, I'm the exact same. I want to give a special mention to Black Christmas because I think that movie is fantastic. It's probably the scariest slasher movie I've ever seen. I think the killer in it, like he's the complete opposite of Michael Myers. You know, he's not silent. He's completely crazy. You know, when he's on the phone, he's like shouting and screaming, and he's just really unsettling. And yeah, I love that movie. And Elm Street 3 and Fright Night, definitely.
Right, awesome. Right, when I go HMV next, I'm picking up Black Christmas. They got it for like $4.99, buy one get one free. So I'll be picking that one up.
Get the right one, Pete. Get the right one.
It is the original one. One.
No, but there's two wrong ones out there. Yeah. not one wrong one. There's two wrong ones. Make sure you get the original.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I know there's a remake, and that's absolutely terrible. But I didn't know there was two wrong ones.
Yeah.
Oh right. I'll have to keep an eye out. For me, it's got to be Elm Street 3. I haven't seen Friday Part 3 yet. Love Elm Street 3, very good. Lawrence Fishburne's great in it as well.
Yeah,
great ending to it as well. Halloween 2018, because I haven't seen Black Christmas, but I do like Halloween 2018. I think it's a great modern sort of continuation of it. Haven't seen Fright Night, but I do have it. So I'm looking forward to watching that one soon. But I have seen John Carpenter's Vampires, and I really do enjoy that one. I think it's very underrated. You don't hear a lot of people talk about that one.
I think with John Carpenter's Vampires, honestly, for me, if James Woods was not in that movie, it would be a terrible movie.
Yeah.
You're probably right there, yeah.
It's very creative the way at the start they kill the vampires.
It's
It's fucking awesome. Like it's so good. But when what happens to his crew happens, the movie kind of goes downhill for me there.
Yeah.
It loses its way.
But
it's there's good and bad things about that movie. I mean, it's not Ghost of Mars. You know, it's not a write-off.
Yeah.
But,
Ghost of Mars. Now that's the problem.
Oh
dear. I remember it was on TV the other night. My dad said, "Watch it." I said, "No, no, no, turn it off now." Awful film. I did not like that one at all.
I'll say this about it: the music's good.
The music's great.
Yeah, the music's good.
The music, you're absolutely, yeah.
It's John Carpenter film, so the music is going to be brilliant. But it's just
actually, when you do hear the opening theme song to that, it's actually fantastic. It really is one. It's actually one of his, when it comes to his 90s movies, probably his best theme song he done in the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, it gets you pumped. That opening with the train, the tram thing.
Kind of like the Mountain Madness as well. Kind of when you watch, you hear the theme song, the Mountain Madness, it just kind of pumps you up a bit.
I think did he want to use Enter Sandman, and they were like, you can't use it, so he came up with a really similar riff.
It sounds very similar, doesn't it? Like the intro is just the same.
You're right there. Right. DVD from Bloke says, also saw this horror comedy called Funnyman, which I loved. It was so bizarre and so funny. It's the only horror film that needs a sequel. I want to see more Funnyman action.
I've never heard of it.
I think I remember the cover of that movie. If it's the movie I think it is, I think I remember the cover, but I've never seen it.
It's a 90s film. It says here 1994. Yeah, it's just like a... Looks like an interesting film. It looks a little bit like the Leprechaun movies, to be fair.
That's the one. That is it, yeah. That's it.
Right. DVD and Film Bloke says it used to be a staple of the Horror Channel before it became crap Asylum Films, although it has recently shown on Talking Pictures TV. Oh, right. I'll have to keep an eye out for it.
I actually have to again, just a little shout out as well. He's probably not on it yet, but I got to finally sit down and watch one of the movies that Caro sent over to me. I watched that Carnival of Souls.
Oh,
Jesus! But what a goddamn movie that is!
That's so creepy. That film.
Oh my! The music.
Yeah.
Talk about a score to carry along the movie. It's absolutely remarkable. It is so beautifully shot as well. There's no question it's a B movie. You can tell by the act, of course, with the acting in it. But my God, the director behind it, he's talented. And I thought it was a great movie. And the Criterion edition that Coro sent me, hands down, one of the greatest looking Blu-rays I've ever seen in my life. You will not believe what you're looking at.
Wow.
It looked like it was something that was shot today. It just looks that good.
Yeah,
it is. Blown away by it. Loved it.
It reminds me a lot of the I don't know if you guys have ever seen like the original Twilight Zone series, but it really reminds me of like an extended episode of the Twilight Zone.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I love that film.
Check that out, and it's on Criterion, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. We've got David Beach here saying happy birthday to Katie Powell. Everyone should go watch Jamie Powell's video. Yep. Happy birthday, Katie. Hope you had a fantastic day.
Yep.
AP says, what has been your favourite go-to horror movie of the last 10 years?
I think for me, I'd probably have to go with Train to Busan. I thought that film was amazing. No disrespect to like George Romero or anyone, but I think that's the best zombie movie I've ever seen.
I really need to see that movie.
So good.
I need to see it.
Andy?
Yeah, I might have to say Train to Busan, actually. Mike's just reminded me of that. The pacing of that movie. Fucking hell. Yeah. It's relentless.
It never
blew me away. Yeah, it blew me away, that movie.
Yeah. The ending to it, the characters in it, there's characters you love, there's characters you hate.
I watched it on Film 4 when it came out, and I had adverts. And the adverts was good because it actually calmed me down because it was so tensed up watching it. Oh, brilliant film.
Yeah.
What about you, Keith?
Two movies come to mind, but one really sticks out. Hellfest. Hellfest. I get an 80s nostalgic feeling when I watch that movie. I think I always say this. I've said it so many times on my channel. I love Halloween themed movies. And this just ticked all the boxes. It's done in a kind of Halloween style as well, where this killer is just taking his time. He's stalking his prey. I think the movie, outside of the opening sequence, I think it takes nearly maybe an hour for a death to happen in that movie. Maybe 50 to an hour, and they just build the car, and it's a fun cast. I like the cast in it. They're you start feeling a bit of infamy for. I can't get the word out. You start feeling for their death, their inevitable death when they do happen. Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, Hellfest is definitely one. Haunt is another. Another great horror movie. Again, the boys over the American lads, the Coast to Coast group, kind of got me into that movie. It's another fun Halloween themed movie. So yeah, them two kind of come to mind.
Oh, great picks there. But yeah, I'll have to agree with Mike and Andy. Train to Busan are so good. Not so keen on its sequel. I don't think that's as good. Peninsula. Have you guys seen that?
No. I've not had much desire because I've just heard bad things about it.
Yeah.
And I just don't want to ruin.
Oh, sorry. You don't want to.
I don't want to ruin like the legacy of the first one.
It kind of feels like Fast and Furious and zombies at times.
Wow.
Yeah. It does. It has a couple of good moments, but nothing can beat that original. That's just so good. We had Dr. Impossible saying, just goes to show that you can make a movie about any batshit crazy crap, rubber, groundbreaking stuff.
There you go.
Yeah.
We have Magpie Movies here saying, evening Paul. Right. DVD from Film Bloke says, I think all Marvel films were shot digitally and are basically 2K upscales. Older movies shot on film looks better on 4K.
Actually, a lot of Marvel movies now are all native. Actually, a lot of the newest ones are. I know definitely the Doctor Strange movie is native. I'm almost sure a lot of Phase 4 movies are natively shot. So,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. We got Paul saying, just to confirm, Neo is not a troll, and Soph says, yes, we know he isn't a troll. Right. Let's go here. We got the Retro Girl saying, what's your favourite Chucky movie?
That's easy, I think. I think that's going to be everyone's answer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the original.
The bit that comes to mind is just the bit where Andy's mum opens him up and the batteries aren't in.
Yeah.
It's just like, fucking hell. Wow.
The bit with the where she threatens to set him on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great sequence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I like how the movie is, even though you know in the end it's going to be the doll, but I like how there's still a bit of mystery and they kind of try and make out that maybe it's the kid. And
that's very good.
You know in the end it's going to be the doll, but I kind of like how the movie does that, and it's kind of like it reminds me a bit of Jaws a little bit, in that you don't see the shark until well into the movie, and you don't see Chucky alive until quite far into the movie.
Yeah. It keeps you guessing. It's a great film, the first one. I love that one.
Yeah.
I hold it off for the longest time because I remember watching it as a kid. Wow. I just stumbled upon it when I was about 3 or 4 years old, and it gave me nightmares for a week. It did, but I watched it last year and loved it. It's a great film. Second one was quite enjoyable, and the third one wasn't too bad, but I haven't seen nothing since.
Yeah. I'd say as well, for that first movie, go back and listen to the music that's getting played over the credits. It's incredible.
All right.
Yeah.
That music is just phenomenal.
Yeah. Next up, we have Neo saying, what's your thoughts on fake collectors pretend just to get noticed on social media? Paul says, good question, Neo. And Soph says, there's a lot of those about, unfortunately, who buy all the new releases, moan about them, and then sell them without giving them a proper chance, said Soph. Have you guys got any thoughts on that? No. We've got David here saying happy birthday to Katie Powell. Everyone should go and watch Jamie Powell's channel. He makes good videos. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely.
If you ever feel down, always watch Jamie's videos. It'll always make you laugh. DVD for Roblox says, so yeah, I very much doubt there's actually watch the movies or just buy them for the sake of buying them. David saying again, happy birthday to Katie. Absolutely. DVD and Filmblock says, my collection is like 300 and a lot of back catalogue stuff. It's almost always films I like or love. Yeah. Neo says, Sophia, seems to be a lot of that going on lately. Dr. Impossible says, have you seen those god-awful MGM Warner Steelbooks on Zavvi? Which ones are we thinking of? Flipping terrible. 60th anniversary of Bond, and Zavvi dishes out bland steelbooks for Bond, Moonraker, Dr. No, and Man with the Golden Gun. Oh, wow. I think there's one for The Spy Who Loved Me as well, and it's quite a bit bland. It's a shame.
A couple of these today.
It's like the biggest cash grab ever.
Yeah.
Someone actually left a comment in one of my videos there recently about it. Am I going to buy them? And I says, I'm so done with James Bond. It's an absolute cash grab. It is. Yeah. It's sick of it now.
Yeah. Only time it's worth them bringing out Bond again is if they do a 4K set or whatever. No need to dish out these steelbooks. Well, at least do better artwork. Could do original poster artwork. That wouldn't have been too bad, I suppose. But again, they'll charge a lot of money for them. Yeah. How much is these steelbooks? Like 30 quid?
They're expensive.
Yeah.
I get what they're trying to accomplish with the steelbooks when you look at the artwork, because they're trying to get that essence of the opening, the opening credits to the movie, and that's what they're trying to capture on the steelbooks. But they do come across very bland looking.
Yeah, I always said when I got that Blu-ray box set, I was like, I'm done getting James Bond box sets.
Yeah.
Now it's like, if any new movies come out, I'll just buy the new movies individually.
Yeah.
And add them to the side of the box set. But I am done upgrading it, because I've done it from VHS to DVD to Blu-ray. I'm not doing it anymore. I was just like, that set to me is pinnacle. It can't really be improved. The only thing is it will get outdated, but I'm not gonna keep upgrading it each time a new film comes out or a new format comes out.
Well, I still maintain what I said about that. I don't think we're ever going to get a complete box set on 4K.
No.
Yeah.
So that's probably going to be the pinnacle of it now, the Blu-ray set that we have. And I'm more than happy with that.
I agree. That set you've got, Andy, like the ones with the 2 books, that is perfect. The newer one they released seems very lazy in comparison to that. That one just looks like it had a lot more love into it. Like the Indiana Jones Blu-ray box set, compared that to the 4K box set, which was very lackluster, though they're now doing more steelbooks for it to again cash in on it.
Yeah, that was a huge slap in the face.
Yeah.
Because I picked up that Indiana Jones box set on steelbook box set, and and then for them to be only like a year later to actually put out the original artwork on steelbook form really was a smack in the face. And I thankfully I did not buy them. I have no intention of ever buying them, no matter what price I get them at. I'm definitely not going to double dip on that.
Yeah. And do you know as well as I do, when this new one comes out next year, there'll be another steelbook box set of all 5 films. That's ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We have Josh here from Classic Reviews. Hey fellas, how are you? Hey Josh, hope you're well, mate.
Hey.
Neo says, glad DC cancelled Batgirl, shows the tide is turning at last. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Niels says, hey guys, what do you think about the up and coming 4K box set? I know I asked Keith about that. You're not overly keen, are you? Especially the price.
No, well, like it's the packaging is poor. I think we all wanted all single editions in them lovely hard boxes that we got on the first 5, and to have them all paired up beautifully. That's what we all wanted. And I think Scream Factory are going to pay for it. I think people are not going to go out and buy it. I think they will boycott it. And hopefully, like I said to you, they will bring out the individual ones. Fingers crossed.
Hopefully so. That'd be a better idea.
Yeah.
What do you think, Andy, as you've got some of them already?
Yeah, I stopped at 3 because that is enough for my Halloween fix. I've got all the others on DVD, and let's be honest, they're not the greatest of movies. I think after 3, I think 4's pretty good, but
yeah, I like 4.
Yeah, I think 4 is probably the best out of anything past 3.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Yeah. Because I would never ever go back to those movies. My 4K collection's small as it is, and I've always said if I get a 4K movie, I want it to be a good movie I enjoy, because that's what I want to spend my money on.
Yeah, I get that.
But
I think though I've said this numerous times about Halloween though. I do find the franchise to be incredibly unique in the sense that I find that there is 3 trilogies inside that franchise that I can sit down and watch. You know, I could watch part 1, 2, and then finish with H20. I can watch parts 4, 5, and 6, which is Jamie's story.
Yeah.
And watch them and be happy about it. And then I can watch the new trilogy that we have at the moment. And I have a funny feeling that, you know, I only watched Halloween 2018 and Halloween Kills there again on Saturday night. And that Halloween Kills is growing on me every time I see it. It seems to be growing a little bit more on me. And I think that when this franchise is finished now, I think that is going to be a decent little trilogy to sit down and watch one night.
Yeah.
But they will never be, you know as well as I do, Andy, you know, we've spoken about it numerous times, they'll never be as close as the first 3.
Yeah, no. The first one is a masterpiece. It is. There's no way around it. 2 gives you the closure if you want the closure. And 3 is just a fun original movie.
Yeah.
Which, you know, came out. I wouldn't say that it came out at the wrong time, because it's a cracking 80s movie, but it's the tie to that franchise that hurts it. Yeah,
but thankfully it's found its audience now.
Yeah, it's finding its feet now.
Yeah.
But it's like, I think Mike said this last week, the trailer to that film is amazing. The trailer for Halloween 3.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
It really is.
It doesn't give anything away.
No.
It's kind of creepy. It's a very, very creepy trailer. But yeah, it's so good. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but my God, does it drip the season of Halloween? It oozes Halloween, that movie.
Yeah. That's all I ask from my Halloween themed movies. Once it oozes Halloween, I'm a fan. Simple as.
Yeah. And what those masks do, when you find out what it is, what they do, it is horrific.
I'm intrigued.
And one of the best endings ever.
No question.
Me. Yeah.
I still have not put on one of them masks. Ellen asked me to fucking wear one while watching Halloween. And I was like, never fucking happening.
It's like saying Candyman in the mirror, isn't it?
Yes.
It's exactly that. It's like, it's there. I could do it, but is it fuck happening?
No. Fuck no.
Oh wow. What about you, Mike? What do you think of this up and coming box set of Halloween 4Ks?
I can't justify paying, what is it, £130 for probably, for me, the 3 worst Halloween movies on 4K. Yeah. I don't even have any of the others on 4K. I am quite interested in getting maybe the first 3 at some point, because I do quite enjoy them. But yeah, Halloween 6, 7, and 8. I think besides the Rob Zombie movies, they're probably my least favorites.
So just out of curiosity, then, let me ask you: have you sat down and watched the producer cut of Halloween 6 yet?
I've never been able to find it.
Yeah, because I'll tell you one thing: it's a new movie. You treat it like a new movie.
Yeah. I've seen the ending for it.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
The ending's pretty cool.
Very different.
Yeah.
Very different.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's better, but it's different.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice box set, but it's very expensive for what it is and the movies that are inside it. On Halloween Kills, I do agree with you, Keith. I think it does get better with multiple watches. I watched it like a couple of months ago, and with the new ending that was with the physical release, I think it does improve it and definitely gets you hyped up. Yeah.
Have you seen that ending, Andy and Mike?
Yeah.
Which one's that?
For Halloween Kills, the alternate ending.
No, I don't think I've seen the alternate ending.
Wow. It's such a better ending.
And it's only slightly different, isn't it? But it's just so much better. But it's so much better.
Yeah. Yeah. It just perfectly ends the film off better than what the original one did.
If it's on the Blu-ray, I'll give it a look.
I think it is. Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
You know what they've done in that the director's cut of that as well. Now I'm almost certain I'm right about this, but I might be wrong. Because I only seen the theatrical version of it once, and that was in the cinema. And then when I got it on 4K, all I've been doing is watching the director's cut of it, or whatever one you want to call it, the extended edition. But I think they recreated that iconic scene. You remember the scene with Laurie and that walking down the street and Michael standing at the bushes?
Yeah.
They recreated it, and it's nothing near as good as that one. But Jesus Christ, it was still very creepy. It was. It was a kid this time in it this season.
Yes.
And it was effective. It worked. But I can understand why they didn't keep it in the movie.
Yeah, I agree. That bit where they reshot the original, that is still the best part of that film. And I'd love for them to do a whole film like that. That would just be worth it.
That'd be the dream.
Yeah. So, have you seen the Halloween Ends trailer, Keith? Teaser. What do you think?
The new trailer that we got.
Yeah.
People are going absolutely apeshit over. I don't know why they were. It looks interesting, but it just didn't show anything. You know, it's the one thing I suppose that I could praise it for is at least you're kind of getting a glimpse of that little standoff, that kind of standoff that we're going to be getting with him and Laurie Strode. I need a bit more in my trailer, though. I need something. I need a bit more context.
Yeah. It looks like it's on the same night, really, don't it?
It does look like it, but unfortunately it's not.
But at least it's not revealing too much, which was Halloween Kills' biggest problem.
Yeah.
We've got AJ here saying, "Hey all, hey AJ, thanks for joining." We've got Neo says Batgirl is beyond a few reshoots, saving it. It's a woke mess. Yeah, that's probably why Warner Brothers got rid of it. The viewer Drew says, "Hey, what's up? Hey Drew, thanks for joining, mate."
Hey, Drew.
Carlos says, "Guys, if John Carpenter hadn't chosen Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode, who would you guys have chosen for the first movie in the 70s and why?"
I'm kind of thinking. Oh, sorry. Go on, Andy.
No, go on, Mike. Go on.
Okay. I'm kind of thinking. I don't know if maybe she's too young, but then at the same time, maybe she's not because she's meant to be a high school student. But I'm kind of thinking maybe like someone like Jodie Foster, just because she's kind of like, you know, she can be quite tough, quite badass, but typical sort of high school girl as well. And I think she must have been like maybe 15 or something when Halloween came out. So. Yeah, maybe she was too young, or maybe she was the right age. I don't know.
Yeah. Sissy Spacek.
Yeah.
Maybe comes to mind. I think she could definitely play that kind of bookworm, kind of nerdy girl, which we kind of get an idea of in Carrie, I suppose. And then you've seen how the way she was at the end of Carrie as well. So. Yeah, maybe Sissy Spacek would be a good one.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
I think for me, just because she's a badass, maybe Pam Grier.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm just imagining now a Halloween film with her in now instead of.
Wow. I could just imagine her walking down the street and Michael standing at the bushes there, and she'll just blow the shit out of him.
Yeah.
The film would just end there. The Halloween music would just play at the end of the film. Oh, dear. Right. We've got Neil's here saying Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is getting a 4K. That movie is fucking funny. Awesome.
Got that movie
never
really.
Seen it.
Oh, it's funny, but it's I tear up sometimes watching that movie.
Yeah,
I do. Yeah. It's a great comedy movie, but there's a lot of heart there as well.
Oh, big time.
Great movie.
Yeah,
big time. The two of them have such great chemistry together.
Yeah,
it's just
I agree.
It's the ending to that movie is heartbreaking.
Yeah,
and it ends the heartbreak, and it's just wonderful, and it gets me teary eyed that John Candy's no longer with us as well.
Yeah. And don't forget John Hughes as well.
Yeah, John Hughes is gone.
I read up about John Hughes. That's so sad. How he passed away.
That man he's made some of the best comedies the world has ever seen, and if he didn't direct it, chances are he'd either wrote it or produced it as well. You know, he was just so hands on in the 80s. It was just what a talent.
I watched Weird Science for the first time the other month. Oh, absolutely loved it. Brilliant film.
What a movie.
Oh.
Bill Paxton, Chet. Yeah. It doesn't get any better.
I have to agree.
Apparently, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, there's a 3-hour version of it that when they originally did it. Because if you watch the trailer for it, there's loads of bits in the trailer that aren't in the movie.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I would love to see that 3-hour version, but I don't think it'll ever see the light of day. But
no, it'd be great. That the airport scene, like I don't want to ruin it for Peach, but the airport scene, I think you know the scene I'm talking about. The F-bombs.
Yeah.
Absolute.
They had to put that scene in last minute, didn't they? Because it didn't.
Oh, really?
They were they got a rating or something like that, and it was like, I think it was like an NC-17 rating, and they were just like, right, let's just go full on with this and let's throw in as many as we can. And they did.
Yeah, because isn't the film like a 15+ over here just because of the swearing?
Because of that scene, yeah.
Yeah.
There's hardly any other swearing in the movie apart from that scene. Yeah.
Oh.
And some of the music, when you hear it during that that movie, it sounds like you would have been able to accomplish it on like a Casio keyboard.
Yeah.
You know, it's and it works. It works so well.
Yeah. That's such a good movie.
Yeah.
Watching it. Yeah. We've got Matt saying, Sophie, if you scrolled up, he mentioned Beefus. I don't know what all that is. Our trolls. Oh dear. Sorry about this.
No problem, Pete.
Right. We have DVD Film Bloke here saying, yeah, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is great. Awesome. I'm definitely going to get around to watching that one. I have a digital copy of it, so I'll probably watch it and then pick up a copy at Christmas. Isn't it a Christmas film?
It's more of a Thanksgiving movie.
Thanksgiving film. Oh.
A perfect movie to watch in November, I'd say.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't actually going to say that.
Yeah.
Myself and Ellen, we have this thing. We've been doing it now since we've been together now. Wow, 26 years together.
Wow.
And we do this thing that when October hits, our movies are dictated for 3 months.
Yeah.
Where we actually have a list of everything that we always watch in October. We have a list of everything that we watch. It's what we call pre-Christmas movies in November. And Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is in there. The likes of The Great Escape, You know, we have so many great movies like that. Sound of Music, all that kind of stuff. And then for Christmas, then of course, everything we watch is Christmas movies.
Yeah.
Watch Planes, Trains is the ultimate. Like when Andy said the ultimate November movie, I couldn't agree more.
Okay, roll on November. I'll be watching it. I look forward to watching it.
I think you'll love it, Pete.
Brilliant. We have Tariq here from Lockdown Stash. What's good, fellas? Hope you're well. Thanks for joining, Tariq. Hope you're doing well, mate. Right. DVD from Filmbook says, also, Santa Claus the movie is very good. I have a VHS, which for some reason classed as a superhero film. I got the Blu-ray last Christmas. Okay, superhero film. Oh, glad to hear you got the Blu-ray.
Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah, that just as well. That's another movie that Sheena Easton sang a song to.
Oh, it's when the elves come out, isn't it?
I definitely know it's the closing song of the movie.
Yeah, I think I know those. It's a beautiful song as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it's a great song.
Yeah.
Really underrated song.
We've got AP here saying the Movie Cheer podcast. If you restarted your movie collection from scratch, what would be the first movies or release you would want to be part of your collection?
Oh, the thought of that. No.
Oh.
Just fucking hell. Oh.
Where do you begin? That is just such a hard question. Can I just say, if I won the lottery, I'll give H&B £1 million and say, or can I have all your stockroom titles? That'll be it.
Or can I move into your stockroom?
What would you say, Andy?
It's too difficult because that has taken me 20 years to accumulate. Just the thought of trying to get it back to where it would be overnight is just painful. But you've got to start somewhere. You got to start with the big titles, the Back to the Futures, the Star Wars, the Aliens, the staples, the big movies. That's where I'd start.
I agree. The box sets of those big franchises, get them in straight in.
Yeah.
What would you say, Keith? The same?
It'd have to be, you know, like I don't want to sound boring, like I'm repeating myself, but it has to be Halloween and the likes of, you know, Back to the Future, all them. It just has to, you know, why would you not go for them?
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike?
I'm just going to be really random and say something like Kindergarten Cop. That's what I'll start my collection with.
Good pick. Yeah.
Very good.
Oh. Right.
How about you, Pete?
Pardon?
How about yourself?
I would probably say box sets as well. I'd probably say the Dirty Harry box set for me. I just love them films a lot.
Nice.
Yeah. I think they're so good. Always love rewatching them every single year. Right. DVD from Filmbook says, I saw it on VHS a few years back on the pan, but the pan and the scan was a bit too distracting, and the only non-shit film they show are those cheap Christmas channels. Oh.
Yeah, a boyfriend for Christmas.
It's so wrong that I've actually seen that film.
Oh dear.
I've seen a lot of them Christmas films. I've heard of one, what was it now? A Christmas pudding, where there's like a family search around for an hour and a half searching for the perfect Christmas pudding. And they were crying that they found the perfect Christmas pudding.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are like me when it comes to, because I can't tell you how much I love Christmas. It's my favorite time of year. But I find that the reason why I do watch these terrible movies is I think you're hoping that you will find that one hidden gem that is hiding amongst, that's going to rival the likes of Christmas Vacation and Home Alone. But it never happens. It's just, I actually did sit down and watch a fucking Boyfriend for Christmas. The name alone should have been enough.
Yeah. After I watched it, it had 5 out of 5 on Letterboxd.
Yeah, there's a couple of animated ones I've seen. There's a big YouTube channel called Nostalgia Critic, and there's a couple of Christmas movies I've seen him do. Was it Rhapsody Street Kids? Jesus fucking Christ! You've got to see the CGI in that movie.
Really?
It's got an insane. Mark Hamill's in it.
Right.
My word, gee whiz, the CG in it is atrocious. I think there's another one called The Christmas Tree, and
I've heard of that. Yeah.
Watch his review for it. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen. It's hilarious. Oh my god, it's so funny.
There's a movie I wouldn't mind seeing. I don't know why I've never gotten around to watching it, but it's. I think it is a Christmas Carol, but it's a what if Christmas Carol. It's the one with Kate Winslet does the voice in it. I think it's.
Yeah.
What if he didn't leave his wife? If he stuck with her, you know, or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but I wouldn't mind actually watching it and seeing it.
Yeah, there's a great episode of The Real Ghostbusters where they go back in time and they catch 3 ghosts, and it turns out they caught the ghost from A Christmas Carol. So then they have to dress up as the ghosts so that it doesn't mess up with the timeline with Ebenezer Scrooge. It's
How am I not seeing that? Because I've seen nearly every episode.
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
Yeah. I think it's called like Xmas Marks the Spot or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Isn't there a Christmas movie? I've watched it before with Nicolas Cage in.
Family Man.
Yeah, I didn't mind that one. I thought I was all right.
Yeah, I'm a bit conflicted about the ending of that movie.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to say it for anyone in case anyone hasn't seen it, but I'm a bit conflicted by the ending.
Yeah, I can get that. It's definitely not a bad film. I watched it. I was expecting it to be quite bad, but I was like, this is really good. It was
That's
like
one of our
one of
these movies.
Yeah. Is it? Oh.
Yeah, we watch it in November, yeah.
Oh, it was like one of these on these Christmas channels, and it was like, oh, Nicolas Cage. My dad said, film of quality, and I was like, maybe, but yeah, it was really good.
I think it's what Tia, what's her name? Tia Leone, is that her name?
Tia Leone,
yeah. She's in it as well. She's lovely.
Don Cheadle in it as well.
Don Cheadle as well, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Jeremy Piven as well.
I love Jeremy Piven.
Yeah.
Couldn't part him from John Cusack in the 80s. Together. Even in the 90s as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We've got Mike here saying, Keith, your turn. Second shelf from the shop, 15 in from the left. Give us a mini review.
Huh? Behind me?
Or to the side of you, probably. I don't know.
So, say it again to me.
Second shelf, 15 in from the left.
15 in from the left. Okay. It's the Book of Eli.
Oh.
Which Denzel Washington. Actually, I enjoyed that movie. Actually, I quite enjoyed it. Don't know why these actors wait till they're into close to their 60s to decide to do big action roles.
Yeah, it seems to be a thing now.
He kicked some bloody ass in that movie. As far as I remember, it's he's carrying the Bible. The world has come to an end, and he's carrying the last copy of the Bible.
Yeah, I think so. It's
that's what it is. And I think he's trying to get it to a certain place. And I think Gary Oldman's in the movie. I think he's trying to get hold of this book off him. So it's a good movie. I liked it. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's quality films. It's entertaining. Right. Dr. Impossible says, can you imagine Carpenter working with Alexander and Leela Samkind? Richard Donner struggled with them on Superman the movie and was glad to see the back of them.
Wow. I didn't know he had trouble with them.
DVD and Film Book says, I actually prefer Santa Claus the movie to the Santa Claus, the Tim Allen movies. Yeah.
I've only seen the first Tim Allen one.
The second one's pretty good. The third one's part of shit.
Yeah.
It's a shame, because that one's got Martin Short in it, the third one.
Yeah. He plays Jack Frost in it.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, he does things in it that you just cringe looking at it, you know, but it's Martin Short. He gets away with it. You know,
it feels like a TV movie more than anything compared to the other two.
Yeah. Disney definitely lost. They kind of give up on it. They did.
But they're bringing it back as a TV series.
Oh. Is Tim Allen back?
I think so, and some of those ones who played like the elves are back as well. So they're getting all the old cast members back. So could be good. I don't know, but I like the first two. Third one,
I enjoyed
it. Mike says, I will not buy reprinted covers from CX. I think if they lost the cover, it was damaged somehow, they should have bargain bin and just sell the discs in a clean sleeve. Everyone would buy them. Absolutely.
I don't know about any views, but is that not a form of piracy? That surely that has to be illegal, what they're doing.
I'd say so.
It's very murky, definitely. If you order online and it comes in and it's a custom cover, then it does break some sort of law because it doesn't state. But in store, I don't know about that, but they should just half price and get rid of them.
So what would they do then if you brought in let's say the new Doctor Strange movie with a dirty, shitty printed cover on it? I guarantee you you'll get it marked down on the price as well because of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's the same with consoles. There could be a less if you've not got the box or if it's in slightly rough condition. So it's very odd. DVD and Film Book says, I've never bought anything from CX, Music Magpie, and eBay, dependent on the seller. Music Magpie's up and down, up and down. If you buy new stuff from them, they're pretty good. Pre-owned stuff, sometimes you get brand new stuff sent to you instead of pre-owned, so that's not too bad. I know I had trouble with Fright Night that I ordered. I ended up having to wait 3 weeks for it. They never actually sent it out. I had to keep messaging them, and it was after 2.5 weeks they told me, and I did get it the next day, but it was a pain.
Okay, I'll tell you something. Here's something very shady for you that I just went through recently. So when I unboxed, I don't know if you've seen the video for my Pet Cemetery edition that I bought from Sign Museum. Yeah. Everything that went on with that and how it just really went wrong to me. And again, I can't reiterate it wasn't my fault. But what Sign Museum done with that set, I think, was wrong. I didn't agree with it. And I had something pre-ordered with them. It was a Creepshow edition. You were going to get the 2 Creepshow movies, and you were going to get the Just Desserts documentary with it. And it was around I paid €140 for it. Now, what I didn't know at the time was when you pre-order from Sign Museum, they instantly take the money. So that's fair enough. That's fine. If they want to take it, that's fine. But what I didn't realize was when I pre-ordered it, there was no release date. And apparently their items can take over a year to get released. Wow. So when I got word of this, I was like, no, this is bloody wrong. It's almost like they're trying to fund the items before. It's almost like they need the money first so they can make them and then put them out. So I cancelled it. And this is what they done. I'm not kidding you. I got punished for cancelling my pre-order. They gave me 130 back instead of 140. And they said that if you read the fine print of pre-ordering it, you will see that there is a punishment for cancelling the pre-order. And not only did they leave me €10 short, they terminated my account with them. So I can't even email them anymore as well. So yeah. So I'm actually I'm €10 down. I am, because I cancelled the pre-order.
That's disgusting.
That's awful.
people change their minds from all the time, whether release date delays or just simply can't afford to. You should never have to be punished for pre-order.
I said to them, there was a, they asked you why you were cancelling your pre-order, and I put it down and I straight out said, you took the money straight out of my account, you don't have a release date for it. And I said, according to everyone, you take over a year to release these items. And I said, and that's why I want my money back. And yeah, I was punished for it. So I think it's a good thing that I'm not with them anymore. I don't have an account with them because they're an absolute fucking rip-off.
They certainly sound it.
Yeah.
We've got Mike saying, I tend to buy from CX, but mainly from eBay lately, especially when I get collector's editions recently, at least £20 cheaper from the shops. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nia says, ready, it's been screenings and the feedback is why it's been cancelled. That must be about Batgirl. DVD and Film Block says, if CEX operated in the VHS era, I reckon all their tapes would be mouldy. So mould, I reckon the cases would have ran off. Yeah, you're right there.
Right. I went into we have a CX over here. The CX over here is, you just wouldn't believe how bad it is. Some of their 4K movies are actually dearer to buy than going into retail, your regular retail shop and buying them. I actually said it to them one day. I went in and I said that a Power Rangers 4K edition. And I said, you're selling it for €25. And they're like, yeah. I said, you can get it for €20 in golden, this brand new. And all that. I said, this is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
This is the prices we were told to put on them. It's not their fault. They've been told to do it, but it's they're really bad over here.
It's all supply and demand. It is. I think they got people researching the prices of markets and seeing like what's in demand and not. But I remember when Matrix Resurrections come out on 4K, not the most desirable film, £25 from H&B, 30 quid in CX.
Right. Say that again. It was 25 in CX, was it?
No, 25 in H&B, 30 in CX. So £5 more.
Wow.
Yes. And it was like that for about a month, and then it went down to 28, and then about 25. For some reason, it's not the most rare film or desirable film, so I don't understand that.
No.
We've got Dr. Impossible saying, but you're right, Andy. Lithgow was top notch. Lithgow struggled with Dudley Moore, and Dudley Moore struggled playing Santa's little helper, which did wonderful for his career.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a movie I love with Dudley Moore called Arthur. I just love that film.
Yeah.
It's so good.
That's a great movie.
Yeah. Adore that film.
Yes.
There's another great movie he had. I think it was called 13. Am I right in saying that 13? Is it 13 or 16? I can't. It's just a number.
It's 10.
10. Sorry, thank you.
10.
Sorry, 10. Yeah.
Bo Derek. It's got the guy who plays Flash Gordon's in it as well. I forget his name. Is it Sam something?
Can't remember his name.
You know what I'm on about, though, don't you? The guy, Flash Gordon.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, he's in the
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh.
Didn't Arthur have a sequel?
Yep, Arthur 2 on the rocks. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, it did. Yeah, with Dudley Moore. Yes.
Yeah. It's not great. That one. It's all right.
Better than the Russell Brand one, though.
I've not seen the Russell Brand one.
Don't. If you see it, just put it in the bin. It is dreadful.
The Dudley Moore one's just great. It's one of them where it's like a movie I hadn't seen, but I knew there was a remake, so I was like, I always try and watch the original first. And
absolutely.
If I like the original, I'm like, I don't really want to see the remake because I got what I wanted out of the original.
Yeah, absolutely. And also in the remake, Russell Brand shaves off his beard, and it's kind of scary seeing him without his beard.
Yeah.
Right. Gary says, has anyone seen Raging Bull? I forgot how great a film it is. Had a new 4K edition from Criterion, and it looks beautiful. I've heard some amazing things about that version. Awesome. I have not seen the film, but Robert De Niro, boxing films, sign me up.
Yeah.
Definitely am interested in watching it. Everybody else has seen the film?
Yeah, loved it.
Awesome.
It's one of the best boxing movies. It's up there with Rocky.
Yeah. Rocky, that's what I was going to say, yeah. It's probably why we got that grudge match.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Right, we have Surf here saying Neo is not a troll, guys. His name is Lee. He can have opinions. No need to be rude. This is not a school playground. We have Andy like stuff here. Hey mate, how you doing? And he says, rest in peace, Bernard Cribbins, British icon. Absolutely, very sad news. Yeah. But what an age and what a career.
That episode of Fawlty Towers with him was just hilarious.
Oh, I love that. Love it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he's so good in Fawlty Towers. He's one of the best parts about Doctor Who as well. David Tennant's last outing. It's heartbreaking.
He's just so good in that fourth series and his final few episodes. He is. Honestly, he's probably one of the best companions of new era Doctor Who, and he was in his 70s at the time, and he was better than a lot of the companions we get now. Yeah. It's so good.
Yeah.
And he was also in the Doctor Who movies from the 60s with Peter Cushing, and he also had a music career as well. We have Koro here, and he says Kon Banwa. Hey, Koro. So you've changed your username, and I cannot pronounce it. He says, hope everyone's fine. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Great.
Marvel fan says, not long now till the end of 2022. Christmas is about 4 months and 22 days away, but Halloween's 2 months and 28 days. But time flies very quickly.
It does indeed. Roll on Halloween.
Yeah. I have a friend who, after Christmas, every day of the year, he counts down from Christmas, and every day on Facebook, get a notification for Christmas. I'm just like, I really don't need to know. We had one today, and it was like, oh, it's about 4 months away, and I was, please don't. It was like the hottest day of the year a few weeks ago, and that was the only day I was welcome to see that. I was like, bring me that cold now.
Like I said, I rate October just as much as well as Christmas. It's a special month for me as well. It's I just love how everything looks in October.
Yeah,
I love the orange trees. It just looks beautiful. It does, and if you capture the sun is captured right through these orange trees, it just looks absolutely beautiful. It's just everything about it. I just love it.
Yeah, it is a nice time of the year. It's like the last little bits of summer before we get into the colder weather.
Yeah.
Right, we have the viewer Drew says, what's a sad moment in an animated movie that you personally felt was hard to watch for me? The scene in Land Before Time when Littlefoot Mums dies.
Yeah, there's one that immediately jumps to mind for me. And again, it's a movie I loved as a kid. And I still love it now as an adult, but this one scene to watch as an adult fucking tears me up.
Watered down?
Every time. No, not what. It's a Disney movie.
Wow, okay.
It's the scene in Sword in the Stone with the squirrels.
Oh, I think I know
it. Tears me up, that.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell, that's hard to watch. No. It's heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. It's horrible.
Definitely.
Cuts me up,
I think I know what you mean.
Yeah.
What about you, Keith?
A sad moment in an animated movie. Never really get downhearted when I watch animated movies, funny enough. Again, I suppose doesn't really kind of rings to mind. To be honest, I can't really think of it. I don't get too disheartened when I watch animated movies. To be honest, even when I watch Warship.
Fucking hell, that movie.
No, I can't think of one piece, to be honest.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same as Keith, really. I don't really get too sad with animated movies. I guess I probably just have to say the typical ones like Lion King or Bambi. I always thought there's a bit in Toy Story 2. It's not hard to watch, but the scene when Jessie has her flashback to being abandoned, I always thought that scene was quite sad. Yeah.
Like I've gotten emotional on animated movies, but not more for being sad, but more for being kind of maybe joyful. Polar Express has done it to me a few times when watching that movie. But yeah, never sad though. Never the opposite. Yeah, more tears of joy.
Yeah. I can think of one. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I know it kind of got me upset at the end. The Iron Giant.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's quite a sad ending to that. It's a great film. Haven't seen it in years, but I remember when I was a kid, did kind of get upset with that. We got Nia saying Rhodey, nope.
Fuck's sake.
DVD from Film Bloke saying, speaking of VHS, we always get annoyed when Blu-rays and 4Ks don't have artwork on the disc, and yet in the VHS era, it's rare you get tape labels with art on them, company logos, and dot matrix text.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. DVD and Film Bloke says, I think Disney had a lot of custom art there, VHS labels, and a few Fox titles have custom arts on the labels, but that's about it. But it can depend on the movie.
Okay.
Right. Radley says, hey guys, hope you're well. Hey Radley, thanks for joining. Yeah. I just worked out all 8 Halloween 4K editions, including new set, works out at about £270. Screen Factory, not exactly customer friendly.
I think you know it's a silly thing, but you know sometimes it's almost better just buying them over time, so then it just doesn't feel as bad. Because when you do start saying them numbers to yourself, you kind of go, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah. It's a hefty chunk of money there for buy them all outright. I mean, if you buy them once a month, it's not too bad, or once every few months, but
once a month.
And I can't bear this in mind, and I think none of us have actually mentioned this tonight as well, with this box set of Halloween. We're talking about 120, 130 quid here. But don't forget, this is Screen Factory. We have to import them. So that's custom charges as well, and huge delivery charges. So the set will probably cost us closer to 200 quid.
Yeah. You can add another probably 100 to 150 on that 270 if you wanted them all. It's shocking. Dr. Impossible says, thinking about the late Dudley Moore, name a good Dudley Moore film.
Arthur?
Arthur, yes. Definitely.
Yeah.
Right. What about you, Keith?
Well, I kind of mentioned I said 10, even though I said 13 and then 16. That was the sequels.
Yeah,
10 kind of comes to mind. I remember seeing it when I was younger and I enjoyed it.
What about
Julie Andrews is in that, isn't she, as well?
That's right, yeah. Absolutely.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'd just have to say Arthur as well.
Yeah, I would say Arthur as well. It's a great film.
I've never seen the original Bedazzled. I know he did that.
Neither have I.
Yeah, I was thinking, weren't he in that?
Yeah.
You know, it's amazing. He's such a known name, but he just doesn't have that many great movies.
No. Because I always associated Peter Cook with movies more than Dudley Moore.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, like Supergirl and The Princess Bride. That's how I probably knew Dudley Moore, through Peter Cook.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, well, I won't say crazy people with Dudley Moore and Daryl Hannah. I'll give Robert a second watch about a killer tire. Surf says people want what they are used to, but unfortunately it gets ruined. Yeah. AJ says Marvel aren't giving anyone a chance to breathe between projects. No time to digest what's come before. Yeah, you're probably right there.
Yeah.
Like next year, probably a year and a half. That's a whole phase of Marvel films, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm just going to pop the loo for a minute.
No worries. I do kind of feel like after Endgame, they should have had a 5-year gap before they started doing them again. Just have a little rest, plan ahead properly, and then try and do a new sort of era of Marvel. But what they're doing now is too much, especially with the TV shows. It's always something.
Yeah, there literally is no breaks. It's just continuous. It's just, and I'm not even watching the TV shows. I'm only watching the movies, and that's already enough for me. Yeah. So I can only imagine what it's like when you're watching the TV shows as well.
Yes. We had Doctor Strange, then we had Miss Marvel, then we've had Thor. There's also this group thing coming out next week, and then She-Hulk, and then just at the end of the year we've got Black Panther, which kind of doesn't look too bad, to be fair.
I'm so confused by it. I just, it's just strange watching a Black Panther movie without Black Panther. It's just a strange thing for me. But I'm intrigued.
It's going to be an interesting one, but hopefully they can do a good justice to them.
Yeah,
hopefully can.
Yeah, I've been rewatching the Marvel films like from the beginning, and I don't know about you guys, but I find them quite exhausting to watch. Like when I watch one, I have to wait a few days before I watch another.
Oh my gosh.
I think most nights I can normally watch two movies in one night, but I could never imagine watching 2 Marvel movies in the same night. It would just completely exhaust me.
No, I 100% agree with you there, Mike. I'm the exact same. I almost need to take 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding you. Before a Marvel movie, it's I don't know what it is with them. I could never watch them back to back.
No. I've thought about doing like rewatching them from the beginning, but I thought that's going to be a long trek, and I'm going to have to space it out because watching them one after the other is just going to be too much, I think.
I think I started it about.
Sorry, Mike. Go on.
Oh no, sorry. I was just going to say. I think I started rewatching them about 3 months ago, and I'm only up to For the Dark World. That's how long it's taken me.
Well, that's kind of weird because I can actually do better because myself and Ellen, we started watching them. We decided we're going to go through them as well, and we started it 4 months ago, and we're only on Iron Man. That's it. We watched Iron Man 4 months ago, and then I was kind of, you know what, I can't do this. I can't go through it again.
Yeah.
You really have to be in the mood.
Definitely. I mean, rewatching Infinity War last night, absolutely loved it, but to watch Endgame afterwards, couldn't do it, and it's gotta give me a couple of days after, if not a few weeks, because it's such a long film, and to be honest, that was fine for me to watch, but you got to be in the right mood to watch a Marvel film, to be fair.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I sort of I've been following it pretty much probably since when Avengers came out. And then I went back and did my homework over the other 5 movies it was. I did binge watch all of them in 2 days when Age of Ultron was coming out. That's probably the last time I watched them in close proximity to each other.
Okay.
And then I think I could do them. I did them, I think, when Endgame came out, about once a night.
Yeah.
And it was a bit of a chore. I certainly don't think I could do it now because of the whole lackluster movies we've had in recent times. I just think it should have ended with Endgame.
Yeah.
As much as I love Spider-Man, it should have ended with Endgame. And it just, unfortunately, it's a money train and the quality just isn't there.
No.
It'll all come to, and it will fade away, I think. Give it time, especially if these new future projects don't live up to the hype. I'm very intrigued to see what they do with Blade. Will it go R-rated? Will it be like the Wesley Snipes one? Or will it be just another comedy sort of teenage one?
There's no way that Marvel is going to be R-rated. That Blade is going to be R-rated. We all want it to be, but it's not going to be.
Yeah.
No.
And it's not going to be because of that.
Yeah.
Because of bums in seats.
Yeah.
More people, more families. It's never going to be.
Like they've done it with that Morbius when we watched that. Now I have to admit, that movie is nothing near as bad as what people were making it out to be. I've seen so much worse, but you can clearly see it in that movie You know, Jared Leto ripping the shit out of people, but yet you couldn't see a drop of blood. And that's exactly what Blade is going to be.
Yeah. Yes, it's a bit like Venom. You know that it wants to be a full 15, quite adult, and yet it just brings it back just as you think it's going to go all the way.
And it's holding these movies back.
It is. It is.
It's like Hulk in Infinity War. You want him to Hulk out, but he just can't.
Absolutely. Yeah. Also, with the Daredevil series, that's also a worry whether that'll go down the route of being like PG-12 and Deadpool 3 as well. But I've heard Deadpool 3 is definitely going to be mature, so I don't know.
I heard that new Thor movie. Apparently, there was supposed to be really bad scenes shot. It's a lot to do with Christian Bale in it, and they had to remove it.
Yeah. Same with Doctor Strange as well, I think. There was a lot cut out of that. 40 minutes.
Yeah, I well believe
that. But to be fair, Joker did brilliantly. It was a 15 plus. Didn't that hit $1 billion? And that was a 15 plus. So age ratings make no difference. And when it comes out on physical, kids will buy it anyway. So there you go.
But they're not willing to take the risk. See, but the thing about the Joker was they were willing to take a risk on the Joker because its budget was so small.
That's the thing.
So you know they're not going to put out a movie that has a $200 million budget and then slap a 15 or 18 certificate on it. They're not going to risk it.
No, that's the thing. Because, like as you said, like the Suicide Squad that flopped at the box office, 15 plus. Yeah. But I think that's a mix of various different things, like the previous Suicide Squad film and just coming out of COVID and going on streaming. Maybe if it launched this year, it probably would have done better, but it had a few things holding it back, but it was still a great film. AJ says oversaturation, but they do this also with the comics as well. Yes. Matt says, I do think Disney Plus is milking every franchise now they own. Very, very true. Very true. If it's an iconic brand, they'll rather just fund something, bring that back, than create a new original IP unless it's got talent behind it or a big cast member, like say Tom Cruise, for example. They will not just put out a random film with an unknown actor, an unknown director, because it'll be too much of a risk. It's very similar with the gaming industry. We'll just have big sequels all the time, Call of Duty, this, that, and the other, but it's all down to the indie developers that you actually see the new and creative games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bradley says, one Marvel movie is oversaturation for me. Right. Matt says, just to keep subscribers, but water down content, sadly. Right. AJ said, it's all about a quick return. They don't care if they ruin stuff as long as as the money is there and now. That is, it's all about money. People in cinemas, all the marketing, getting the merchandise, everything.
Yeah.
But there's one thing that Marvel has struggled a bit to do is to capture that video game market. Bar the Spider-Man one and Guardians of the Galaxy last year, there hasn't been many big, good Marvel titles.
No.
Did you play the Guardians of the Galaxy game, Keith?
No, I didn't play it. Not quite sure why I didn't. Because I enjoyed the Spider-Man games, but I never got around to it.
Oh,
I think what kind of put me off it was maybe because when the Avengers one came out, and it just got so critically panned, it kind of put me off the Guardians one.
Yeah, that was a lot of reasons why. Unfortunately, the game flopped. It did, but it's such a good game. It's all single player, great story, and it's just as good as the films.
So how are you feeling about the Last of Us remake?
Bit of a cash grab, I think.
You think it's a cash grab?
70 quid. It's too much.
The thought of playing The Last of Us, but it looking like The Last of Us 2 sounds great to me. But I thought we were going to get something else as well. I thought we were going to get maybe, because there was a rumor going around that there's going to be improved exploration. They mentioned. but it looks like that's not happening at all.
No.
So,
it's just
but I'm
a
going to play it.
one-to-one remake with Part 2's graphics. I was hoping it'd be from the ground up remake, taking the gameplay elements of 2 and putting it into the first one. That would be worth paying extra, but for this, I just don't think it's worth it. It should have been 40 quid max. That's it. To be fair,
are we not getting the gameplay mechanics of Part 2 in this one as well?
No, I don't think so. They're including a couple of new things. You know, like in the bit in the second game where you can actually watch Ellie take apart the guns. That's going to be in it. It's just going to be moderate improvements and visual effects. It's more just like more particle effects and all sorts. So
yeah, I think they said the NPCs are all improved as well. Apparently, they're going to be similar to the Last of Us 2.
I think the NPCs like AI are supposed to be better, and they might be able to call out the names, but you won't be able to go prone and do like move about like Ellie did in the sequel, which is a shame. And I can understand that if they'd done that, it would have mean having to do more work. So fair enough, but to charge 70 quid and not include the multiplayer is a bit too rich, I think.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Will you be getting it when it comes out, Keith?
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm
not happy about it. It's probably one of the greatest games ever made. I'm not happy about playing it, but it's something that I desperately want to play. But they should be ashamed of themselves, especially when you see the likes of Metro, Exodus, and when you've seen the work that they've done on that for the PlayStation 5, and it was a free upgrade.
Yeah,
you know, it does speak volumes, I think.
The thing is, the game's been released 3 times in less than 10 years.
Yeah,
and the price has gone up each time.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand the Resident Evil remake. Fair enough if that was that, because they actually did put some effort in, especially the second one. It was like a totally different game, and that was only 40 quid at launch. So that's fair enough.
Yeah.
It is essentially just a glorified port, it just feels like.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see when it eventually comes out. But God of War, definitely looking forward to that one.
Yeah, please God. Hopefully we get it. When is it? It's December, is it?
November the 8th or 9th, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Continuing on, we've got Andy Like Stuff says, watch Ghostbusters Afterlife over the weekend. For me, it was good. The ending, however, I thought was terrible. What's your thoughts? Cheers. Whoa. What do you think, Keith?
I strongly, massively disagree. I was bits at the end of that movie. I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was a great. I thought it was a great tribute. Without saying anything, I loved it. I thought it was great. I enjoyed the movie. I want to see more of
it. I agree. Andy?
Yeah, I can only echo what Keith was saying. I think given the situation with the cast and where we are in currently, I think it's probably the best third movie we could have got with what they've done. For me, it was handled very, very tastefully. I've heard people absolutely rip into this movie and detest it, and other big, like really big YouTubers that I follow go in on this movie, and I get it, but all I can say is I watched that movie. I left that movie feeling really happy, like really like satisfied, shall I say?
It exceeded my expectations.
Yeah. I can say you might have a problem with it if you don't like the new characters. Because that could have been changed. That could have been something different, but you can't change the legacy cast. You can't.
Yeah. There is some characters I probably would have taken out of it. 1 or 2.
Yeah.
But for the bulk of the cast, I think they've done a good job.
Yeah. I wasn't a big fan of that podcast kid.
Right.
I wasn't a big fan of him.
Right.
I loved Paul Rudd. I thought he was great.
Yeah.
I thought he was fantastic in it. But yeah, overall, like I said, it was probably the best thing they could have done, given which cast members are no longer with us. It was the best way they could have handled it.
I agree. What about you, Mike?
You guys are going to hate me, but I didn't like it. I thought it was my most disappointing movie of last year. It just didn't work for me at all.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough, mate.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest Ghostbusters fan, nor was my mum, and we both watched it when it came out on Blu-ray. My mum said, "Why'd you get that? I'm not a fan of Ghostbusters at all." She was in tears at the end of the film. That shows how much she really enjoyed it. It's one of her favourite films of all time now. She's like, it is a fantastic family film, I think. I think it pays so much respect to them original films, as well as introducing a whole new generation to the Ghostbusters. I think the kid actors are great, especially the young girl. I thought she was fantastic.
Oh, that's great.
And I just loved it. We rewatched it a couple of weeks after. Still superb.
I think the one criticism that I probably would have towards it is maybe they played it a little too safe. By bringing in the likes of Gozar and all that kind of stuff again, kind of repeating the beats of the first movie. I think that maybe would be one of my criticisms. But if they do a sequel to it, then that's going to be surely a standalone sequel. So it'll be interesting to see what to do with it.
Yeah, I'm intrigued what's going to happen with this new one. That's supposed to be coming out next Christmas, apparently.
And it's going to be in New York as well.
Wow.
Which is going to be great to go back to New York City.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they do it. Hopefully, it will be just like this new one, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
But we've got Matt V Movie saying, yep, real shame. Bradley says, looking forward to the new found footage movie, Troll Hunter 2, starring Sophie.
Took me a second.
I did. I just
I thought he was insulting her for a minute. Then I was like, "What?"
That's great.
We've got Carlos here saying, totally agree with Keith on Marvel and putting out too many movies. Time they step back, put out the odd movie maybe once or twice, and maybe concentrate on Marvel series on Netflix. Yeah. I remember when it was used to be just like 2 Marvel movies a year, but this year it's like, is it 3 or 4? It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It is. Right. So saying I just don't want anything to kick off. Right. DVD for Phone Bloke. DC used to own a monopoly on pre-cert 21st century superhero movies. I mean, they had Superman 78 and Batman 89, and Marvel had Howard the Duck and Captain America 1990. Yeah, that's true. So I haven't seen Howard the Duck, but I've seen Captain America 1990. Mistaking it for the Chris Evans one. Yes. It was advertised. I watched it on TV. I thought, oh, this is a new one. I was like, wow, this looks like it was made in the 60s. It was like, no, it's 1990s. Wow. I've seen better effects on the Batman film, TV series from the 60s. Oh, yeah. Right. Matt V Movie says studios need to focus on stories, creativity, forget the bottom line, but they will carry on, sadly, all about making money. Yep, it is completely all about that, and it's got to stop. It is, but unfortunately, those executives only see profit, and that's all they want. Niles says, if you want to see a good DC series, watch Superman and Lois on HBO Max. The creators of that series is the future of DC. I hope that Warner thinks the same. Yes, this has been shown on BBC One in the UK for the past year and a bit, and I've heard very good things about it. Have you guys seen Superman and Lois?
No, I've never seen it.
The only one I've seen is the 90s show.
I enjoyed the 90s show. Yeah, used to watch it on a morning on BBC Two. Very entertaining show.
Yeah, I've not seen the new one.
Radley says, okay, guys, you left your back door open and an angry Orangutan has wandered in and demanded you watch one movie franchise back to back right now. What do you watch?
Well, to keep him happy, Planet of the Apes.
I was going to say the same, yeah.
Every which way but loose.
Brilliant. Oh, I'm going to say the Transformers series, so we can both sit in punishment and watch it. So it'll probably go off by the second film, and then we can switch on to watch something good. Oh, right. Comments have gone absolutely weird. Just give a second. DVD from Film Bloke says, Matt V movies, I agree. Crap films will only make money once. Good films will print money for decades to come. Absolutely. That's the reason why a lot of these classic films still keep selling. Like The Thing. Flopped when it first came out, and now it's considered a classic, and it's still pumping out titles. New releases all the time that still print money. Matt V Movies agrees. DVD from Film Bloke says Kite Man and Crazy Quilt needs to be in the Batman too.
Yeah. Okay. Condiment King.
Condiment. Oh dear. What's he going to do? Go to McDonald's and nick all the ketchup?
Pretty much.
Oh dear. We got Carlos saying, used to be a movie event watching a few DC and Marvel movies per year. The less popular heroes and villains, do they justify a movie like the Venom character? Yeah, I know.
I just went reading that why he said they're an event. And it's weird because I was only 10 years old. I was 9 years old when Batman came out, and I remember it so well. I remember the buzz. It was the excitement, and now it's just all gone. It's just not there anymore. It's very hard to get excited anymore. I find that I get, and I've always said this. Horror is what gets me excited now. Nope. When I seen the trailer to Nope, I got excited, and it's original, it's new, it's fresh. I haven't seen it yet. I'm just assuming. I'm hoping, fingers crossed. But these superhero movies, I'm actually, it's getting that. I'm even getting bored even talking about it. To be honest, it's just I'm done with it. I really am.
Someone told me they're the movie equivalent of fast food, and I think they're right.
Yeah.
They're the movie equivalent of McDonald's. They're all right now and then, but have them too many times and it's easy to get fed up with them. It's just, yeah. One movie a year, 2 movies a year. It was always exciting. Dark Knight Rises, Avengers. But now when a Marvel film comes out, I'm just like, yeah, fair enough. I'll catch it when I catch it. The only last one that got me really excited, the Batman did, but Spider-Man. That was the only real big event film, I think.
But let's face it, I don't think we would have been near as excited for that movie if we didn't know, like if Tobey Maguire and that weren't going to be in it. I don't think I would have really cared too much about it, to be honest, because I was starting to get a bit fatigued as well with Spider-Man. But thankfully that kind of brought it back. But the only problem with that movie is all that's done now for me is I want to see more of Tobey Maguire.
Yeah, and Andrew Garfield. I think he's very good in that film.
He's great. Fantastic.
Yep. Right. DVD and Film Bloke says, if I had the rights to Batman, I would bring back all his crap villains. Yes. That'd be interesting to watch, to be fair. I wouldn't mind. Yeah. AJ says, I've been saying this for a while now. Too much Batman. Done a video on it. Yeah, it's very much like Spider-Man as well. It's like, it's the big one for both Marvel and DC. They just love pumping them titles out, don't they? Because everybody knows the name. Matt says, a Howard the Duck remake. I'll be up for that, or a TV show at least. AJ says, Batman needs to be put on rest for a minimum of 5 years. Oversaturation of the character, becoming boring. Yeah. Bradley says, poor crap Batman. Right. Bradley says we need to get Sophie Mallet so she can twat the trolls on the head as they pop up. Yes. Carlos says Hollywood maybe should look at Asian cinema markets in the type of movies and ideas they're doing, rather than using the same formula to a movie, making superhero movies, remakes, and reboots. I agree there, Carlos.
Have you heard they're making a reboot to Roadhouse?
Yes, with Jake Gyllenhaal for some reason. Yes.
I just feel like all these executives, they sit together in an office and they say, right, what movie should we remake next? And they'll just pick out a random movie from a hat.
Yeah. Did you see the trailer? Did you see the trailer for A League of Their Own remake?
The remake of that.
Did we really need a remake for A League of Their Own? What is going on? It's just, I don't know. I really don't know. I give up. I really do.
The reason why we're getting a Roadhouse remake is probably because they enjoy watching Family Guy and all its constant references to that. Or they're just sit in a pub, absolutely drunk out of the head, and they say, "Oh, I watched this great film the other night. Remember this? Shall we remake it? Yeah. All right, then. Get a famous cast member. Yeah, right. Done. Boom. Done. Easy money." And then it'll flop, and they're like, "Maybe we shouldn't have done that."
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's one movie that's heading right down that road. Lost Boys. The most ridiculous remake I've ever heard. And I seen they reveal the cast, and it's even confirmed it. I haven't even seen nothing about the movie. I've just seen the cast, and it's just confirmed that this movie is going to be crap.
These films do not need to be remade.
No.
Leave them. They're perfect as they are. It's just, I dread to think what next beloved film will be remade next and butchered.
Why can't they remake the right movies? The movies that probably need remakes.
Yeah.
You know, it's baffling to me. It really is.
Yeah.
Some of the
movies, the shit movies, make them better.
Yeah.
Don't touch masterpieces.
Yeah.
Fucking don't.
No. So if you're hearing Hollywood executives, remake Keith Lemon the movie.
I want a decent Garbage Pail Kids movie.
Yeah. Right, Dr. Impossible says Bill Conti would have issues today with the track Make It All Last All Night by Rage. Just listen to those sexy lyrics when back in 81 they weren't meant to be so sexy. Ooh. Bradley says, got to say, virtually all the Blu-rays I bought from Germany have an English option. Sometimes tricky to find it, but it's always there. Yeah, it does. I have a couple of German.
Yeah, no, I think they're talking about Andy with the Harry Potter, but I think what Andy was trying to say is it's the booklets that you get with it and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, everything with words printed on it, we're in German.
Yeah,
The box, the booklets, everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Carlos says the new Xavi Bond steelbooks are a waste of time, squeezing more money out of the fans before they eventually will do the 4K releases. I don't think fans are fooled. Absolutely agree with
that. I can see the future of them steelbooks on Xavi. I'll give it around 5 months when they come out, and you'll see them on their sale. It'll be a sale,
it's £10.
Yeah. They'll be down to nothing.
Yeah. I think they're doing them in H&V and all, because I'm pretty certain I saw the Dr. No one on H&V's website for like £30. It's
a deluxe edition.
Is it?
Yeah, you know the Batman ones that me and Andy bought? The hard box editions. I think Dr. No is in one of them.
Oh, wow. Right. But it's just the Blu-ray, not a 4K.
Just the Blu-ray. I can't do it. I can't buy one deluxe edition of James Bond. It's crazy. It's I can't do it.
To be fair, the Blu-rays of the older Bond films look great, and I honestly don't think they can do that much with them for 4K.
No.
I've heard that License to Kill in 4K looks absolutely stunning, to be fair. I know a few people who went to see it at the cinema this week, and they all said it looks amazing.
Wow.
Like the best it's ever looked. And I'm really pissed off that I missed out on seeing it at the cinema.
There's I'd be interested to see what From Russia with Love looks like on 4K, like at the end, like on the gondola. That scene.
Yeah.
It all depends on what they're willing to do with them. If they're willing to put in the work, it could be some of the finest looking 4Ks out there. But are they willing to put the work in? I don't know. That's another thing. Just going back to that Halloween box set as well, by the way. I only found out about this as well today. The first 5 that the Scream Factory brought out, they all had Dolby Atmos soundtracks as well. None of the 3 that are coming out have Dolby Atmos. So that alone, I think speaks volumes. Scream Factory are not putting effort into this at all.
No, it's
this is another cash grab.
Yeah, not on. DVD from Filmbook says, I'm more of a movie collector since I only care about getting the films, probably because I'm not made of money in space. Yeah, that's fair enough. I did actually check online, I think this was on a website, on a forum or something, as someone who collects all the Arrow films, but have no interest in watching them. They buy all the box sets, all the normal editions, keep them all sealed, and just collects them for the sake of it, which is quite interesting.
I know exactly what that fella's thinking. He's thinking 20 years from now, 30 years from now, that he could get some serious amount of money for them. And you know something? He might.
Yeah.
Might.
He'll get a good pension fund there, I would imagine, especially with the limited edition box sets.
I'm a movie collector. You know, I buy great movies, I buy terrible movies, but they're in my collection. You know, that's part of being a movie collector, and I would never get rid of them. Because and I've said this numerous times, just because I hate them, it doesn't mean my family does.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think when people always, and when that gets brought up a lot on my channel, where people talk about why would you buy a movie that you've never seen before that you might hate, you might end up hating? And I was like, well, yeah, but they all instantly think you. But I have a family. And one of them might like the movie, and if one of them does like it, money well spent in my eyes.
Absolutely, I do agree. And also, it's just these blind buys. There's something about blind buying that can be wonderful. You pick up a film, just see the front cover. You don't know nothing about it. Could be one of your favorite films of all time. It's just the joy of it sometimes. Or you might pick up a rubbish film now and then, but when you pick up a good one, there's nothing quite like it.
I said these before we were done here. Everything that I buy is a blind buy. I don't go to the cinema that often. I went to cinema once this year. So everything that I buy is a blind buy. You know, and that's part of being a movie collector. It's I live with I live with the great movies that I have. I live with the bad ones that I have.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Plus, as well, at the end of the day, and I think I can speak for all of us here. It's our fucking collections. We can decide what we want in it and what we don't want in it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I got a great response on my last stream because someone did come on and he wanted to know what I did for a living. And I instantly shut it down and I says, not happening.
Yeah.
Nope. You know, I got so many private messages sent to me after that stream for that one thing. And that, you know, you did right what you done. And that's not a question. That's just a nosy fucker.
Yeah.
You know, that's all it was. That's the one question I will never answer on YouTube.
Yeah, I agree. We've got Radley here, Eastwood. Unfortunately, the fans are definitely filled. They buy everything. That's why they keep on doing it. Unfortunately, that can be the case. Yeah. Matt spent £70 on the Drive Second Sight edition just for the artwork alone, but I do love that movie. Wow, 70 quid. I didn't realise it was that. I thought it was 50.
I paid more than that, and I never seen the movie.
Wow.
And I loved it. I thought it was a great movie. Such a great movie. Definitely not the movie. I thought I was getting like a kind of like Baby Driver kind of movie. But wow, what a pleasant surprise.
Yeah. I just bought the cheapy Blu-ray of the first edition of it when it first came out. Bought it a couple of weeks just when that came out.
If you actually look at the video that I'd done on it, I did do comparisons on that video, and the 4K and the Blu-ray is it's almost you wouldn't even notice it really the differences.
Yeah.
So
I put it on the TV and it looked incredible. The neon lights at night and the day sections as well, superb.
Yeah, the Blu-ray is fine.
Dr. Impossible says, Eastwood for Life, I would dearly love the original Bond artwork on every Steelbook release, but it seems there's issues with that happening on some poster artwork. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Matt says, Second Sight by far is my best boutique label.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah, they're doing. Is it that monster movie with Charlize?
Yeah,
I'm very, very tempted because I love that
it's
movie.
It's a great price as well, Andy. I think I remember. I think it's only like around 25 pounds.
I think it's only the Blu-ray though. I don't think it's 4K.
Yeah. Oh no. If you actually look at my Second Sight collection, I think the bulk of them are Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not many 4K releases out there.
Oh right. Okay. Yeah. But they're a cracking label.
Would you be interested to pick up they've announced the I think it's Frankenstein, and there was another one as well. I think it's going to partner with that Frankenstein edition.
Which the Mummy is
Frankenstein movie is it? Is it the?
Oh, I can't. Oh, is it Peter?
Peter Cushing, yeah.
I think it's
the Hammer one. Okay.
Yeah.
The Hammer one. Oh, I'll definitely check that one out. Oh, that's quite cool. I know they're doing Dog Soldiers next month, which is
expectations have to be. When it comes to that movie in 4K, people are really going to have to control themselves on that 4K because it's shot in 16mm. It's not going to be a pristine looking movie. So I think the expectations are going to have to be, just a little low on that one.
There. Yeah, but it's good to see them bringing that out. I think they did Midnight Run as well on Second Sight. That's the one I picked up.
That's very good. What a movie!
I didn't know nothing about it, blind buy, because I found it for £3 in Sainsbury's. Brilliant, loved it. Watched it on a Sunday night, loved it. Yeah. Hilarious, so much fun.
The scene that gets to me in that movie, I don't know why, it's him talking about all the phobias that he has. And he said, if you don't shut up, you're going to suffer from fistophobia.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Don't forget to speak into the microphone.
It's just such an enjoyable film, and I can see myself rewatching it a lot.
That's directed by Martin Brest, isn't it? Who done Beverly Hills Cop?
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. And that you can sort of see elements of Beverly Hills Cop in that movie.
Yeah. Oh, it's just a wonderful film.
Yeah.
Bradley says, best 4K Blu-ray you've seen, still Blade Runner 2049 for me.
What a movie. What a great concept.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic film. What would you say, Andy, from your experience?
I've not seen that many, but one that does really, really jump out every time I watch it is Back to the Future 3. I just think the colours in that film just look extraordinary. And on 4K, wow.
I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah. That's the best looking one out of the trilogy, I think.
Yeah. Not taking anything, that's what I'm saying, not taking anything away from the other two.
No, absolutely.
Thank God you don't have to watch part 3 first, because then you would be underwhelmed. When you go on. But it's a beautiful looking transfer.
Yeah.
Awesome. What about you, Keith?
I was going to do a top 10. Finally, do a top 10 on my favorite 4K transfer. And what's putting me off doing it is the movie that I have to put number 1. Now, the movie's not terrible. I just wish it wasn't the best 4K transfer. It has to be Kong versus Godzilla. I just wanted something you know, I want like The Shining or, you know, Alien, which they are absolutely fantastic. But when I knocked on Kong versus Godzilla, it just every single frame of that movie is just extraordinary in 4K. And that's the only reason why I haven't done the top 10 is because I actually do not want to put that number one. But it is true.
Yeah. It is a very nice looking film, and I imagine like the big fight scenes with the neon lights and all that look incredible on 4K.
When you see the scene where they're fighting in, is it Hong Kong? They go to Hong Kong, is this or something like China or whatever it is? I can't remember where it is.
Like that, yeah.
With all the neon lights, yeah.
Yeah. It's just next level.
I can imagine. What about you, Mike? What would be your favourite 4K?
The one that stands out to me is probably Batman Returns. I just thought that looked absolutely amazing. Yeah. I thought the other Tim Burton Batman looks really good, but I don't like some of the changes they made to the colour and the soundtrack. I have some issues with that. But yeah, Batman Returns looks amazing. And I'll also give a shout out to, it's not like the best looking 4K, but compared to the previous Blu-ray releases, it's a complete overhaul. But Predator, just it's very grainy looking, but it looks the way it's supposed to look in comparison to those Blu-rays that look awful.
I absolutely agree. I'll tell you, if I was to pick an older movie, it probably would be Never-Ending Story.
Okay.
When I seen it on 4K, I couldn't believe what I was watching. I could not believe what I was watching. It's just the movie has no business to look that good. You know, it truly was mind blowing. And if you're a fan of Never-Ending Story, definitely worth checking out on 4K.
Wow.
Yeah. For the Predator, I saw Movie Collector John's video on that, and you can definitely tell the difference between the Blu-ray and the 4K. Definitely. Is it DNR that they done for the Blu-ray? Yeah. It just doesn't look right.
Yeah.
Fucking wax dolls.
Yeah.
Mannequins.
Oh, you're totally right there. For me, I can't say because I haven't got a 4K Blu-ray player, but I've done 4K streaming, and I'm going to say The Shallows. That really impressed me, watching that in 4K. The water effects on it look incredible.
Yeah. There's just some movies that just lend well to 4K, and The Shallows is definitely one of them.
Yeah.
It's probably why Back to the Future 3 looks so good. Because a Western in 4K is always going to look good.
Yeah.
It is. All natural lights, and it's
super. There's one as well I will mention, which I totally forgot, and this probably is my favorite looking 4K so far. Beetlejuice.
I've heard.
That one is amazing.
It's stellar. It's so good that I've started seeing the flaws in the practical effects. It's that good.
It's funny you said that. When I got the thing on 4K, that's when I started noticing some of the flaws in its practical effects as well. Like the autopsy scene with the dog, and you can just clearly see that there's just foam padding. You can clearly see it now. It's just there to be seen. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but it's there now to be seen. It's no way. There's no changing it.
No,
that's true.
Yeah.
Humble Columbus is here, and he says, "I thought Green Room was decent, good atmosphere, but lacked a little bit, maybe." It's fair enough, mate. Yeah. Carlos says, "Remember the previous Bond Blu-ray Steelbooks from Zabby? They didn't complete the whole collection." Yeah, that's
chances
the thing.
They won't complete this one as well.
That's the thing. We have David here saying, "Did you enjoy the Pet Cemetery remake? Haven't gone near it. Heard bad things."
Yeah, I didn't like it.
No,
I've not seen it.
Did?
I've only seen the late 80s one.
What about you, Keith?
Me and Ben over the Cadaver Club spoke about this. We don't mind the remake.
Okay.
It's a remake of two halves. where you have a kind of wall-to-wall remake of the original for one half, and then all of a sudden it flips and it does something very differently to what they've done with the original. But again, the one would say they might have played it safe on that remake, having you maybe like a 9-year-old girl instead of having a 4-year-old child in the original. You know, it's they just didn't want to, take it that step. I don't think they would have got away with it today, which is a shame. That you can't, you're being held back now. But I didn't mind it. It had its great moments in it, and naturally I didn't mind it. I only just bought it there as well, and I think it's worth checking out, Pete. I don't think it's the worst thing you've ever seen.
I'll give it a go then. We have Ellen here saying, "Hey Pete, Andy and Mike," and I suppose I should say hi to Keith too. Hey Ellen.
Hey, Ellen.
Hey babe.
Dr. Impossible says, "Fuck savvy. At times their decisions on steelbook designs leaves a lot to be desired. Just look at the John Borman's Deliverance steelbook. Jesus awful. Send a group of hillbillies to their office." One of the worst steelbook designs recently is probably Nobody. I just did not like that.
No.
I was bright yellow, weren't it? Did
you see that god awful Carrie one I got? Jesus, that was terrible.
The Arrow one.
Yeah, shocking.
The 12 Monkeys one didn't look too bad. That looked quite nice.
Oh, that's a nice release.
Carlos says, "Mark Wahlberg version of Planet of the Apes. Ha 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 ha, Keith. I thought you were serious for the second." Oh dear. Right. So I've said, "Hello, Ellen." David says, "Pet Cemetery 2019. Did you enjoy it? Have you watched the original movie?" We did go through that comment, David. Dr. Impossible says, "I love the makeup by Rick Baker in the 2001 Planet of the Apes. Motion capture on the new films will age, but Baker's makeup will stand the test of time by the rest of the film."
That I do agree. No, I think what he's saying about the motion capture and the new ones, I don't think that will ever age, to be honest. I think that is they're probably the pinnacle of CGI there, especially the way Caesar looks in the third one.
I do agree with the third one.
I honestly can't see myself in 30 years' time watching that trilogy and going, Jesus Christ, look at the effects here. They look terrible.
I mean, the Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest and World's End, the Davy Jones character's motion captured, and that's 2006, 2007, and that still looks great today. And that's like 15, 16 years old. So, I think probably the Planet of the Apes films will stand up to the test of time.
I think the biggest testament you compare is that look at Jurassic Park. Other than maybe one or two handful of scenes in that movie, maybe look a little aged. But Jesus Christ, when you watch that scene with the T-Rex, when T-Rex first comes on the screen, I dare you to find a flaw in the CGI in that.
That's true.
You won't find it.
That's true. Right. Right. Carlos says, "Totally agree on Andy's take on the Apes movies. The original had one of the best endings and most memorable. Out of the newer movies, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, my favourite, Apes on horseback. Wow." Yeah. That's a great scene in that film.
Yeah.
I think Escape is really underrated.
Yeah.
Really
I
underrated.
haven't seen that one in ages. But yeah, I remember liking that one.
I kind of like the simplicity to it, where it's just like these three chimpanzees have traveled back in time, and obviously these doctors and the government are like keeping them locked up.
Yeah.
It doesn't deliver too much on the apes because the fourth movie gives you what you were missing. I think in terms of like the level of apes, there's just so many apes in that movie, but it's really, really grounded, that third movie, and I just really like it, the way they're sort of being clever with each other and they won't let on that they can speak.
Yeah,
you're right.
And it's like, you know what they're doing, and I love the bit where he's just handing them the oranges.
Yeah.
He's just like keeps putting his hand out.
Yeah.
It's such a good movie, but it kind of has a really depressing ending.
Yeah, I mean, I love how lighthearted it is at the start, and then it goes really dark in the second half.
Yeah. I
I just took out that set there that you get in that bus that I showed.
Yeah.
And just reading on it now, so it does have the 5 movies. And then there's also the Behind the Planet of the Apes documentary. Then you got the Planet of the Apes TV series. You got the Mark Wahlberg Planet of the Apes movie. And then you got the Return to Planet of the Apes animated series as well.
Oh,
Okay.
Quite a lot, and that's it. It's impressive.
Very
Nice.
impressive indeed. Bradley says his favourite Kiefer Sutherland movie is Flatliners. The original, not the crappy remake. Yeah. Carla says Dawn of the Planet of the Apes was the perfect ending. No reason for another movie. Awesome ape bust, Keith. Absolutely agree.
Thanks.
David says, It Chapter 2, what do you think of the other 2 movies? Did you enjoy them at all? I like the original It film, and I did like the first part 1. Second one was a little bit too long, dodgy CGI, and I kind of lost my way near the end of it, to be fair. What about you, Andy?
I have massive nostalgia for the Tim Curry one.
Yeah.
I've still got my VHS of that. But the second half, I'm going to be honest, is not great. And it's pretty much the same with these new 2 movies. I think the first one's pretty strong and the second one's not as strong.
Yeah.
They're both watchable, but yeah, both those movies struggle with the second halves.
Yes. Also being nearly 3 hours long, that second half. Oh.
Yeah, it's just, in both movies, the bits where the characters are kids, that's where it thrives and that's where it's really strong for me.
Oh, yeah, I agree there. What about you, Keith?
I think I've spoken about this numerous times about It Chapter 2. The one thing I will say about it is there's something to do with whatever it is with the ending of that movie just has a lasting impression on me. Something about it, I don't know what it is, but it just leaves this lasting impression on me. But the one thing I will say about the original Ish and the latest ones, they did a great job in getting it being very scary. But I find that when he turns into that spider form, just the entire illusion breaks for me, and that you're just a spider. This is it. This is what we're getting to conclude these movies. And it never sat well with me. It never sat well with me. But I think I agree with Andy. They're fun movies to watch. It's a good way to pass a couple of hours.
Absolutely. And what about you, Mike?
So I've not seen Chapter 2. I've seen Chapter 1, and I was pretty underwhelmed by it, I have to say. So that's probably why I never got around to watching 2. But I'm the same. I have massive nostalgia for the miniseries, but my favourite version of the story is the novel. I think the novel's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, not great, that is. Carlos says Clockers is an underrated Spike Lee movie, and I have Harvey Keitel, Delroy Lindo, and John Turturro in the movie. Oh.
Yeah, it's a good cast.
Radley says, I love the Paranormal Activity movies. I have all 6 films on Blu-ray in the Steelbook collection. The first one doesn't need to be improved. Like Andy said, it knows its audience.
Yeah.
Wow, we must be about 2 hours behind.
Wow.
Radley continues to say, also Blair Witch and Paranormal Activity are nothing like outside being subgenres found footage. BW, Blair Witch, wandered around getting lost, found footage. PA is stay put and get totally haunted, a lot of found footage. Totally different kind of. And Radley says, we all know Keith's going to be getting that US box set. He will get it before everyone else and love it. Dr. Impossible says, Andy, did you ever see an 80s film called Solar Warriors, aka Solar Babies, and also another spoof sci-fi film called Ice Pirates from '84?
I have not seen or heard of Solar Warriors, but I have heard of Ice Pirates, but I've not seen it. So, in short, no.
We've got David here saying, did you watch the last episode of Neighbours? I didn't. Did you guys? No.
I did. I watched it. No, I didn't watch the episode. I actually watched the last 10 minutes of it. I thought it was bloody nostalgic. I felt real nostalgic watching it. It was kind of beautiful.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. We have AFC here saying, "Hey all, hope you're all good. Just arrived to the stream. Has anyone seen Dead Man's Shoes, directed by Shane Meadows? Phenomenal film."
Yeah, it's fucking great, that movie.
Yeah, it was a good film. I did watch it on TV a few weeks ago. Yeah.
I remember the cover very well. Who's in that movie?
Paddy Considine.
That's the one, yeah.
That could be it.
Toby Kebbell, who plays Koba in the new Planet of the Apes movies. He plays his brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
That could be it then, yeah.
What about you, Mike? You seen Dead Man's Shoes?
No, I've heard of it, not seen it.
Right. Carlos says the original Casino Royale with David Niven was done in the spoof way, but the Flint movies with James Coburn, Armand Flint, and In Like Flint were far, far better. The US version of Bond. Anyone seen them?
I haven't seen the Flint movies.
I haven't.
I've only heard of them through Austin Powers. That second movie where he's like, "Hey, In Like Flint, that's my favorite movie." That's the only.
Yes.
That's my only connection to them.
Yeah, same here. Anybody else seen them?
No.
David says, "Did you enjoy Fantasy Island? What did you think of it?"
I've seen it.
And did you watch the TV series? No, I've never saw it.
I've seen bits and bobs of the TV series. I think is it the guy who plays Khan, Star Trek 2?
Yeah.
And
Ricardo Montalban.
And Nick Nack from
Nick Nack from The Man with the Golden Gun. Yeah, I've seen episodes of that, but I haven't seen the film, but I've heard it's not very good.
Yeah, I've heard the film's bad.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I was just going to say I've seen the movie.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Bloomhouse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Carlos says, just started watching Yellowstone with Kevin Costner. 3 episodes into season 1. Hooked. Anybody seen it? Haven't seen it yet, but I've heard it's good. I think it's about 4 seasons of it, so might give it a go. Dr. Impossible says, I like Jerry Goldsmith's score to Armand Flint. Goldsmith's always been experimental with his 60 vibes. Yeah, I agree there. Edward says, which do you like more, Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit? I'm going to say Lord of the Rings. I think we're all going to say that.
Yeah, Rings, yeah.
Peter's here and he's saying, yeah. Thanks, Peter. Carlos back with his movie face-offs. Creepshow 1 versus 2, Amityville Horror versus The Changeling, and Carrie versus The Omen. I'm going to have to stay away from this because I haven't seen any of them. I've only seen Carrie the remake, but I have seen The Omen, but when I was a kid, so I can't really remember much about it. So, do you want to go first, Andy?
Okay. I've only seen the first Creepshow, so I'm going to have to say Creepshow. Out of these 2, I've only seen the Amityville Horror, so I'm going to have to say that.
Yeah.
And Carrie versus The Omen. Ooh, that's a hard one. Yeah, I'll probably give it to The Omen.
Sounds good. Keith?
Well, Creepshow. I love Creepshow too, but definitely Creepshow. I will go with The Changeling over the Amityville. Yeah. And I will go with The Omen over Carrie.
Good picks. And you, Mike?
Creepshow. Yeah, The Changeling. That's a very creepy movie, to be fair.
Yeah.
And The Omen. Definitely The Omen.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Andy says, I watched Halloween Kills recently. For me, it's bonkers good and interesting.
Like I said, it's growing on me every time I see it.
Yeah.
The more I see it.
Yeah. Michael Myers is like the Terminator in that film.
Yeah.
And one would say that Jamie Lee Curtis is Sarah Connor.
Yeah. It definitely does feel like a Terminator film. God Impossible says, thank Christ I kept all my preset water rentals on VHS. Not all of them have the original artwork, but the artwork for Live and Let and Man with the Golden Gun, Moonraker, Spy Love Me are stunning. Nearly sold them. Sounds good. Carlos says, take care. Always great seeing Keith as the special guest. A genuine movie fan in our community. Speak soon. Thanks ever so much for joining, Carlos.
Thanks so much.
Take care.
DVD from Film Bloke says, I would say Candyman in front of a mirror. If that doesn't work, I will try Biggie Smalls. He continues to say the only Bond presets had shit artwork was Dr. No. It's just Bond sat next to a river. Yeah, it sounds similar to the Blu-ray version I've got. DVD from Filmbook continues to say, in fact, a lot of Connery presets look crap. Post art was honestly an improvement. We've got Neil saying, what if Jamie and Sissy had switched roles, that Jamie is Carrie and Sissy is Laurie Strode? Would you think the movies would be the same?
I'd say so.
I don't think they'd be drastically different.
Yeah.
No, I think
they'd be.
I wouldn't both be pretty good. Yeah, I think. Yeah. What about you, Mike?
I think Halloween would probably be the same. Yeah, but Carrie, I can't imagine Jamie Lee Curtis playing Carrie. I feel like she's too strong to play a character who's, well, at the beginning of the movie, kind of weak and I don't know. I just can't really picture Jamie Lee Curtis as Carrie.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, DVD of a Film Bloke, some were bland, but Warner did the right thing when the 35th anniversary on retail. Warner came along in 93. All the Bonds bar License to Kill had original poster artwork. Sounds good. DVD of a Film Bloke says, actually, if it weren't for the borders, the 87 and 89 releases were also good. License to Kill had posters. It's my favourite film of the series, and yet all the posters were rushed due to the name change.
Yeah.
Yes.
License revoked. The fucking cut and paste job on all the posters.
Dr. Impossible says 1993 ones released by MGM, United Artists. Warner had pan and scan with widescreen presentation. Warner started this with Superman the movie in 93. First time Superman was on a letterbox format. Dr. Impossible says, although a photo of Kerry Lowell and Elisa Soto covering Timothy Dalton's crotch cracks me up. DVD from Film Bloke, it's a shame that after that set they never bothered to use the poster artwork again. DVD from Film Bloke, Dr. Impossible said, the BBC did an Open University documentary on the marketing of License to Kill. Interesting watch. Sounds very interesting. DVD from Film Bloke says, for some reason, On Her Majesty's Secret Service wasn't a part of the range. The Connery films came out in 92, Moore in 93, and Dalton in 94. AP says, great choice with Kindergarten Cop, Mike. Yeah. Mind you, Never Say Never Again had stunning quad poster artwork, and it's never been used since. That's very true. DVD from Film Bloke says, it's really gone off Nostalgia Critic, probably after changed the channel. Also, Rapid City Street Kids was shown on network TV and was lost for some time.
Okay.
There it is. DVD from Film Bloke says, my mum watches those shit Christmas channels. I avoid them unless they show Die Hard. Peter says, Nostalgia Critic is definitely one of my least favourite Bluetubers ever. I find his videos pretty unwatchable, just too much. Pete says, who are the Bluetubers you just can't watch or even stand?
I'm not going to answer that.
I can't think of any. No, it's not a comment to talk about. DVD from Public says, I used to love his stuff when I was younger, but he's outgrown out of it. His new reviews are shit and changed the channel, never want me to return to it. Fair enough. DVD from Film Bloke says, there's a lot of critics who took his style and I preferred Film Brain and Brandon Tenold. Don't know who those channels are. Alan says, hey Soph. Peter says, thanks for the warning. I'll avoid those. Edward says, what's everyone's thoughts on Cars on the Road, a new Cars TV series coming to Disney Plus? Yay,
Not
more
really.
cars.
We just need a tumbleweed to go by the screen there.
Yeah.
That's a little.
Yeah.
I'm not even the biggest fan of the movies, to be honest.
No, I'm the same.
I have to admit, the first one I don't mind. I think it's a pretty decent film, but it's by the numbers Pixar, very safe, shall I say. The second one was diabolical, but the best thing about it is Michael Caine.
Yeah. I'd say the second one is watchable, but it is so weak for Pixar standards.
Yes.
It's bottom of the barrel.
I haven't seen the third one, but I've heard it's not bad.
It's not Cars 2. That's the biggest thing it's got going for it. But it's still a Cars movie.
Yeah.
Cars is just, when you watch everything Pixar did before Cars is just a huge step back in terms of what Pixar were doing at the time. Yeah. It just felt like such a kid-friendly, kid-focused movie, the way the approach to it. And that's what it is. It's a story we've seen before a million times. But it just looks too safe.
I bought my favorite Pixar movie there on 4K, and I would nearly go out and say I think this movie is an absolute masterpiece when it comes to animation. WALL-E, I love that movie so much, and that it's so beautiful. It is. It's so funny, and what a treat to see that movie on 4K. Why exactly have the rights to these movies on 4K? I don't quite understand.
Yeah,
that is a shame. I'm just getting my charger. That's why there's no video of me. Sorry about that. But yeah, they still keep doing the Cars franchise. I think the main thing is because of the toys. They know the toys will sell.
They do. Yeah.
I mean, the amount of different versions of Mater I've seen is unbelievable. But I can remember as a kid when watching the trailer for Cars, you definitely noticed the difference in quality between that and their last film. Was it Finding Nemo? I remember watching the trailer and was thinking, is this a Pixar film? I was like a 10-year-old kid at the time, and even I could notice the difference in that trailer. I was like, this isn't going to be as good as the other bits. Yeah. But Ratatouille was fantastic. I loved that afterwards.
Oh, Ratatouille.
DVD from Film Bloke says, actually, Film, Brain, and Brandon Tenhold are great. I highly recommend them. Dr. Impossible says, do you guys ever watch Joe Dante's Trailers from Hell on YouTube? Nope.
No.
Never even heard of them. So, DVD from Film Bloke says, I actually buy from Music Magpie and eBay, depending on the seller. I never buy from CEX. I can't say I blame you, mate. Right. Marvel fan says CX tend to discount their DVDs, Blu-rays, and 4Ks only if it's rental copies or discs, or a disc or two. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think I've ever seen it myself. DVD from Film Bloke. Also, thanks for the heads up, Keith. We'll never ever buy from Cine Museum. It's not what they did to you. It's not on what they did to you. I would have taken them to the cleaners over that.
Yeah, I don't look. I still might. We're not letting this lie, because we're gonna contact PayPal because I paid through PayPal, and we're gonna find out what they think of it all, and see what happens. But we're not gonna take this lying down.
No, definitely not. It's disgusting. The Film Bloke says, thank fuck Cine Museum don't operate in the UK. I'm having a look at those prices, and Jesus, yeah. Name a solid Vincent Minnelli film, says Dr. Impossible.
I'll have to look this up.
Yeah, I have no idea. I love that movie in it with the one where he's like standing and he talks a lot in it. That's a great one. That one where he talks with the woman in the movie. That's another great one as well.
Yeah. Very old films. I'm going to say Meet Me in St. Louis, is it? Yeah, I've seen that. That's one I've seen. That was pretty good. That's Julie Garland. What about you, Andy?
Sorry, I'm just still looking.
Mike?
I'm pretty sure I've seen American in Paris.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, not sure.
Yeah.
Some Came Running. That's a great film. Yeah. Frank Sinatra.
Oh, very good. And what about you, Keith?
Name a film there by him, Andy.
An American in Paris.
That one there, yeah, that was brilliant.
I do actually really like An American in Paris. Gene Kelly.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I never heard of him before.
Peter says I actually like October better than December.
I do. I kind. It's great much.
Yeah, I was also born in October, so I've got a personal like for the month.
Same here.
Wow.
Okay, I keep forgetting we were all born in October.
What day is it?
18th.
20th.
Yeah, I'm the 10th. I'm only 10 days older than Mike.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh. DVD from Filmblock says, yeah, Steelbooks, massive box sets, and super duper Diddy Ooper. I'd rather either not have this edition. Blu-ray in a case with a decent artwork for me. That's fair enough. Dr. Impossible says the Bellstorm Fox Trauma. Pete says DVD film regular Blu-ray case with slipcover and booklet is my favourite format. Like a lot of Arrow Blu-ray cases, limited editions, and first pressings. Yeah, I know Peter likes his slipcovers and his booklets with his arrows.
Have any of you seen the new Titans Occult release of The Thing that they're bringing out? Jesus Christ, that looks incredible.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. I didn't know they were releasing some.
Wow. Check that out.
I will do. That's good. DVD and Film Bloke says booklets are nice. Honestly, I can't stand slipcovers, especially if the artwork is the same.
I do have to admit, I sometimes kind of wish that slipcovers didn't exist, because I feel like you can get a bit too obsessed with like all of your Blu-rays having them, and I kind of wish that they just didn't exist, because then you just wouldn't obsess over it.
I'm more like, if I get slipcover, great. If I don't care.
Yeah.
I will never be, one of these people that would, well, I'm not buying that movie because there's no slipcover with it.
No.
I could never be like that.
I think it would only be if, like, say, there's a series of films and I've got like the first 3 and they've all got slipcovers, and then I need like the 4th one and I can't find one with a slipcover at all. That would kind of annoy me. And I'd be more inclined to just be like, okay, well, I'm just going to take the slipcovers off the other ones and just throw them away.
Yeah, I kind of done it with this the other day. I bought these from Amazon France. I got the Creepshow TV shows, and this one came with the slipcover, and then this one didn't. And when I got them through the door, I was kind of going, "Oh, I kind of looked at it and I was like, oh, Jesus, that's a pity." And then I realized that if I just take the disc out, take it out of the slipcover, if I take the other one that came with the slipcover, and then I put the 2 of them together, they look perfect.
Yeah.
So
exactly. Yeah.
I must admit, I have been guilty of like rummaging around in H&V just for the slipcovers. Like, oh, I'll get the one with the slipcover. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really improve. It doesn't improve the movie. It's just there just to be nice, I suppose. It's certainly something that I do agree with you, mate. Probably wish it didn't exist because it can like make you quite picky with some films, especially if you've got all the films with a slipcover and then that final one hasn't. Spider-Man.
Sorry, did any of you sit down and watch that Creepshow TV show yet?
No, I've seen it.
I'm not kidding you. I've only watched 3 episodes, and I think it was the second story. The second story is so clever. It's a young girl who has a dollhouse, and the dollhouse is haunted. So all her dolls inside this dollhouse is basically telling a story. And every time she comes to the dollhouse, the dolls have been moved. And it's almost like they're trying to escape the house. It's so clever. It was actually a great story. Very unique. Great. It's 3 episodes in there. It's very enjoyable.
Awesome.
DVD from Film Collector says, I'm more of a film collector than a Blu-ray collector. Half my collection is still DVD. That's fair enough, mate. No worries about that. We've got Evander here from Slayer Reviews. Hello, legends. Apologies for being late for the stream. Hope you're all well and blessed. No worries, mate. Hope you're doing well, Evander. Take care, mate.
Yeah, I heard he's not doing well at the moment. So I seen something on Facebook today that he's I don't know, he's just having a shit time of it. So I hope he's doing okay.
Yeah, we're all here for you, mate. We're all here for you. Marvel fan says, Slayer, are you going to be watching the extended cut of No Way Home next month? I'm pretty certain he will be.
Yes.
Bradley says, Last of Us really, really doesn't need a remake. Best intro to a game ever, though. I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, get the tissues ready for that opening. Oh, it gets me every time. Pete says, I have way more Blu-rays, but also like a lot of DVDs. There's nothing wrong with DVDs. They're still very good. And they're the only way to watch some films. That's the thing.
Absolutely.
Hi, mate. You're not too late. No, not at all. We've got James here from Jim Jam Movies and TV saying, hey, lads. Hey, mate. Hope you're doing well.
Hey.
Slayer says, it's going to do another video on the opening night. Oh, that'd be cool, mate. Look forward to watching it. Bradley saying, currently playing Mass Effect Legendary Collection. Damn, I forgot how good Mass Effect 3 is. Looks fantastic on PC, especially with mods. I need to get that collector's, that limited edition, whatever it is.
Oh.
What happened there?
We hit that 4-hour mark again.
Yes, it's whenever we hit that 4-hour mark, it always does that. But yeah, I played the 3rd Mass Effect one. I never got the chance to play the other 2. Yeah, and I really enjoyed it. Hang on a minute, the TV's going to turn off, so I've just got to press something. Right. Oh, there you go. No worries. No, my mum called me. The TV was about to turn off. Power save after 4 hours.
Oh, yeah.
That's the first time that's ever done that. Oh. James says, has any of you seen The Outsiders? Isn't that the one with like Patrick Swayze, Tom Cruise, and all that? Sophie picked up recently.
Unbelievable cast.
Yeah, great cast.
No, the only movie you'll probably ever see with Tom Cruise in where you barely hear him speak. It's a great movie.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to pick it up. It's got a nice edition by Studio Canal, like a 2-disc Blu-ray set for about $10. So I'll pick it up. DVD Republic says, I became a collector when I was 14, so around 2014, and I didn't get a Blu-ray player until the very end of 2016. You're doing great, mate. Evander says, thank God I forgot. It started at 7:30. No worries, mate. We go on all night. Marvel fan says, are you going to continue to watch Count again, or are you going to start again? Evander says, might start again, try and what the record. DVD from Funnyman says, usually you can get notified from the subscription page. I think my previous record was 32. Wow, very good. And yep, sure was, man. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, I'm with you, Mike. Couldn't stand Afterlife. Having grown up with the original Ghostbusters in '84, nothing comes close, not even Ghostbusters 2. That's fair enough. I know a lot of critics didn't like the film. I know Mark Kermode really laid into it. He said it was like nostalgia for nostalgia's sakes, and I'm just like, no, it's like with No Way Home. It does it, but does it well and faithful to the original films.
I think people go into these movies and it's they're fixing for a fall. If you go into that Ghostbusters movie thinking, oh, maybe, fingers crossed that this is going to be as good as the original, you're just setting yourself up for a fall, and that you really, really are. I think you just really have to curb your expectations a lot with some of these movies. Yeah. But I agree with everything that Andy said about it.
Right. Marvel fan says, but if you are getting the Guinness Book of World Records, the latest record for 292 times the Spider-Man No Way Home. Wow, that's a lot of time in the cinema.
Wow.
Wow. Dr. Impossible says, see the Jane companion film The Piano is making an appearance on 4K soon by SC. Awesome. Studio now. That's cool. That's a good pick. AJ says, I recorded my Garbage Pail Kids movie review. It's up tomorrow. Fair enough. Gary says, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary. Thanks for joining me.
Hey, Gary.
We have Danny Dukes here. Hi from the UK. Hey, mate. Thanks for joining.
Hey, Danny. Danny's a nice lad. He's always following my. He's always leaving comments on my channel. He's a nice lad.
Oh, welcome to the stream, Danny. Evening, Gary says, DVD and Film Bloke. DVD and Film Bloke also says, you know something? I think Back to the Future Part 3 took influence from time after time. I mean, both films star Mary Steenburgen, who falls in love with a chap from a different time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, actually, I think her casting was I think it was intentional. Her casting, Back to the Future 3, to go.
She married Malcolm McDowell, didn't she, for a bit?
Yeah.
I think she's married to him.
She's married to Ted Danson now, isn't it?
She's married to Ted Danson now, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They divorced in 1990, the same year Back to the Future 3 came out. Wow.
Okay.
DVD and Film Bloke says, yeah, Mike, the Blu-ray Predator is a fucking joke. Everyone looks like a wax doll. When people moan about the film grain, make them watch the Ultimate Edition on Predator on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
It's like looking at real-life Action Man dolls.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, I might actually see if I could get the original Blu-ray Predator because what has no extras and a weak transfer, it at least has the grain intact. Cool.
Say that again. Sorry, read that comment again.
I might have to see if I can get the original Blu-ray of Predator because while it has no extras and a weak transfer, it has the film grain intact.
That's not entirely true either. I'm almost sure that the original Blu-ray was DNR to that as well. I know two versions of it now.
Yeah, because they did the original and then they did, I think it was like a 3D Blu-ray, like
that's right. That's
3D and Blu-ray, and that was that was no better or even worse, perhaps. I
don't think the grain is attacked in that, and definitely not intact in that one, as far as I remember.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says something about the Bond Blu-rays. I would just like to see joining spines like the VHS and special edition DVDs. Yeah, that would be quite cool. I know they do several different versions of the Bond Blu-rays with different spines, but most of mine line up until you get to the Daniel Craig era. Gary says, H&B has a decent sale on 2 for 15 on Signal 1. I picked up Eyewitnesses, A River's Edge, The Little Girl Who Lives Down the Lane, and The Pan. All good movies. Awesome. I see a Charles Bronson film called Mr. Majestic. That is also on the 2 for 15, and I'm quite tempted by that one. Has anybody seen that one?
No.
DVD Film Book also says, I come across the 2015 Zappy Steelbook Deliverance, which uses one of the alternative posters from 72. Whilst it won't win any awards, it's a lot better than the shit they're peddling these days. Yeah. Bradley says, got to step out Another great stream. Thanks, guys. Great to see you here again, Keith. Night all. Take care.
Thanks so much, Rodley. I appreciate that.
Thanks ever so much, mate. Gary says, I watched the last episode of Neighbours. Good that a lot of the famous stars come back, though.
Yeah.
It was, from the sounds of it, it's a nice special episode. I've seen like clips of it, and yeah, they've done justice and closed it off very nicely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gary says, Dead Man's Shoes is a tough watch, very grim. Yeah, it is. Edward says, have you guys watched Lightyear yet on Disney Plus?
No.
I went to see it at the cinema.
Well, how'd you find it, Andy?
Yeah, just average. Average is the best way to describe it.
Mm.
Yeah. Did the fact that what's his name, Tim Allen, wasn't voicing him, did it bother you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
right. A little bit. Yeah, to be honest.
I think it was a real slap in the face, in a way. Could you imagine if they made a Woody movie and not have Tom Hanks do the voice of it?
Mm.
You know?
Yeah. Damaging.
Yeah.
I think if a Woody film did come, they would still cast Tom Hanks. They would not recast him. They wouldn't even dare. It's a shame. I haven't seen it yet. It's on Disney Plus, and that's where I'm going to watch it. I'm definitely not going to buy it, but I'll give it a watch. Yeah. Mainly for the robotic cat. I just want to see the cat. David Beach says, do you think Lord of the Rings TV show will be any good? Well, they put up Amazon Prime for it, so hopefully it is good, but I very much doubt it. What do you guys think?
I just don't have much interest in it. I don't know. I just can't get excited about it.
Gary says zero confidence. It comes out next month, and honestly, I'm not bothered about it. I think the only thing I know about it is Lenny Henry's in it, and that's about it.
Yeah. I'm just really not bothered by it.
It's how do you improve on perfection?
Yeah.
You know. I want to get excited, but I can't.
Mm-hmm.
They've chucked so much money at it. They're just hoping that it's going to work. But what happens if it is a flop? That's the thing.
The cast is just not there for me. The cast is just not there. It's not.
Are they mostly unknown actors or not very big actors? Because I'm not really certain of anybody but Lenny Henry.
Yeah.
Well,
is there any returning actors coming back into it?
Because it's a prequel, isn't it? Set like
but I'm sure Gandalf is around.
Maybe might pop up as a surprise. You never know, but I don't know.
Right.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm just more excited by the fact that I bought the original trilogy on 4K. That's what I'll be watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not won over by this new TV show. I'm not interested. It's just not excited me. Like you guys were saying, you can't improve on that original trilogy. And if I want more, I'll just watch the Hobbit movies.
Yeah,
that's good. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's good.
Or play the Shadow of Mordor game, which isn't too bad.
Better again. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Or watch the animated movie.
Peter says, I'm probably the only one here who knows who Biggie Smalls was. He was a fat gangster rapper who got shot to death. Don't know who he is.
Well, I got the reference because it was like from South Park, wasn't it? The Biggie Smalls.
Yeah, I think so. Cora says, all right, still going strong, guys. Love it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Edward says, who's looking forward to the new Andrew Garfield Disney Plus crime thriller Under the Banner of Heaven? Haven't heard of it.
Never heard of it.
But
I hadn't heard of it.
No.
It's Andrew Garfield may give it a go, but not that bothered.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah.
Pete is not a big fan of Andrew Garfield, which is fair enough.
Okay.
Ooh, that comment Stan says Carl. Oh dear. DVD Public says, Brendan Tenold is great. He does a series called Brandon's Cult Reviews where he reviews B movies and he's hysterical. Oh, I love the reviews of Ricky O and Pinocchio's Revenge. Peter says, bother, don't call me legendary YouTuber commenter stand in silence for nothing. Oh. Only knew him from South Park, says DVD from Film Bloke. Yeah. Gary says, Biggie Smalls' first album was good, then he went mainstream for me. Yeah. Peter says, don't be a killjoy, Andy. I don't know. Cora says, need to check out some Biggie Smalls music tomorrow. I'll introduce my dad to him. Edward says, what's your thoughts on remake of Roadhouse with Jake Gyllenhaal? We were talking about that earlier. Hollywood, void of ideas. Very drunk night for the executives talking about a film they watched the previous night.
Yeah.
Carl says, so you like Carnival of Souls?
Yeah. Carl. Well, I did message him. What a movie. What a movie. Wow. I can't wait to see the other one. He sent me another movie. I have the Cat People. I do. And if going by what that Carnival of Souls, definitely looking forward to sitting down and watching that.
Awesome.
Well, thanks again for that, Caro. That's unbelievable.
Andy also says, meet me in St. Louis. God damn it. Peter says Roadhouse is pretty much a perfect movie. There was no point in whatsoever to try and remake it.
Yeah, couldn't agree.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I agree. Right. Marvel fan says they were supposed to say missing a disc or two. Sorry for anyone who was confused last time. No worries, mate. We got the gist. Coral says, am I the only one where Andy is having lip sync issues?
Oh, no, definitely not.
No, I don't think so.
No, definitely not.
Okay.
No, it's perfect.
No, it was perfect, yeah.
Okay.
DVD from Book says, I'm not even the biggest fan of Roadhouse, but it was such an 80s movie, it would never work today. No. That's true.
No, we're going to see you soon enough.
Yep. Gary says, apparently David Cronenberg wanted Sissy Spacek for his movie Rabid after the success of Carrie, but couldn't afford her with the small budget. So he got a porn star, Marilyn Chambers, who did a great job.
Wow.
Yeah, she did do a good job.
Yeah, great movie.
Yeah. My mum likes that film, and I told her, you know, the leading woman's a porn star. She said, nah, she isn't. I said, she is. She don't believe me. I said, search up her. She said, no, I'm not searching that up.
yeah, Mum, I'll show you.
Gary says, most lip covers will deteriorate over time anyway, unless they're protected with a My sleeve or an equal equivalent. Yeah, that's another thing, especially if you keep pulling them on and off the shelves.
Yeah.
Yes. Some of mine have worn, like the corners of them on the shelf. Yeah.
And weirdly enough, you know, like, you don't even have to keep pulling them in, all right?
Yeah.
There's movies I've actually pulled out once in my collection, and they're still wearing away.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, there's just no getting around it.
Yeah. With my arrows, I tend to make a little cut at the top so I can pop out the case so I don't have to undo the packaging for the slips. But it is hard to do that sometimes. DVD from Bloke says, agree. Plus they're pointless because the Blu-ray case is fine without them. Yeah, that's true. DVD from Bloke says, talking about critics, I don't dislike a critic because I disagree with them. I only hate a critic if they have no idea what the fuck they're looking at. Looking at you, Cinema Sins. If I ever became a professional critic, I would be blacklisted, said DVD and Film Bloke. Or Cara says the original Blu-ray of Predator had grain was an MPEG 2 encode bow. Right. Pete says it's okay to say you don't really like some Bluetoothers. Stop being so sensitive. It's not right to talk on a stream, mate, about it.
No, definitely not. I don't agree on that. And it's juvenile as well.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says there were 3 Blu-rays of Predator. The first one in 2008, which has the grain. The Ultimate Edition in 2010 had DNR, and the 3D Blu-ray I think was 2013 and also had DNR. Fair enough.
I'm just trying to look at what Predator edition I have.
Marvel fan watched Licorice Pizza twice last week to see the difference between the 2 hour 8 minutes and 2 hour 13 minutes. I don't think there was much difference. If you talk about the Blu-ray and the DVD, but it would be like the frame rate, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'll be the frame rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not aware of there being 2 different versions of the movie.
Yeah, I think it's just the DVD and the Blu-ray. I think you might be talking about.
Yeah.
DVD Bloke says, Peter, if I don't like a YouTuber, I just don't watch them. I only dislike a YouTuber if they're a piece of shit and done some horrible things, not because I dislike their content. Marvel fan says, but I was expecting 2 scenes from the trailer, which was cut from the final film. I wanted to see the scene where John Peters smashing car mirrors in rage.
Oh,
isn't that in the final film, man?
no. I don't think it is.
That's Bradley Cooper's character, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cara says, has any of you lovely people seen The Best Years of Our Lives?
That rings a bell.
No, that sounds like an ITV sitcom. Yep. Right, comments. Right, well, final comment. So, if you all want to pop in your final comments before we finish. But yeah, Edward says, have you seen the movie Notorious about the rapper Biggie Smalls from 2009?
I know of the movie, I've never seen it.
No, not seen it.
No.
Andy?
No, heard the movie, never seen it.
Yeah. Right, and that is the final comment of the night. So if you, I said that, and everybody's commenting. So yeah, guys, we're finishing up. So if you want to put in your final comments, we'll be probably finishing up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
I don't want to miss out anybody. Richard Burnett's here saying, "Hey everyone, you guys have a great night. Thanks ever so much, Richard. Really appreciate it." DVD and Film Bloke says, yeah, PAL sped up on DVD if they would speed up a film by 0.04 in order to get the frame rate to 24 frames to 25. HD has different frame rate and all films run at a proper speed. Yeah, I always wondered that because I always checked like the Blu-ray and the DVD versions of film. I was like, how are the Blu-rays like longer? But then I realised it was frame rate.
Yeah.
Carl says the best years of our lives is a 1947 war drama, and if you like It's a Wonderful Life, you should watch it.
Wow. Yeah, I'm a massive fan of It's a Wonderful Life, so we'll definitely keep an eye out for that one then.
Yeah, I definitely will do. That sounds good. Thanks, Carl. Marvel fan says, yeah, that scene was cut, so disappointing. That's a shame. DVD from Formula says, I have the VLC set to slow DVDs down to 96 also, so they will run at normal speeds. It's annoying when I'm watching something shot on PAL like a TV show shot on videotape. There it is. Marvel fan says, good night, guys. Good night, Marvel fan. Good night, says DVD from Formula. Good night, mate. Thanks for joining. And the final comment of the night is Gary saying, I have the 2019 version of The Best Years of Our Life, not the original. Oh, I didn't know they did a remake. Oh, I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Right, so we are now at the end of the comments. We've just gone past 4 hours, and it honestly doesn't feel like 4 hours. It's been another brilliant stream. I'd like to thank, as always, Andy and Mike for joining me as the co-hosts.
Thanks, Pete.
We do have Danny here saying, have a good one. And thanks, you as always, Keith, for joining. It's always wonderful when we have you on the streams. We talk for hours.
I really appreciate it, Pete. And again, I always look forward to it. And thanks again for having me.
Yeah, we'll always look forward to having you on the stream. It's always a very fun night. So yeah.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Cora says, good night, people.
Good night, Carl.
Says, enjoy your live stream tonight. Take care, guys. Thanks, Carl. Thanks, David.
Thank you so much.
David.
And good night, says Alan. Good night, Alan. Thanks for watching. So yeah, thanks. Thanks ever so much, guys, for watching. I really do appreciate it. We'll see you all again next Wednesday night at 7:30, where our special guest will be Tim Talks Talkie. So see you all next week. Bye.
Bye.